Thank you, Your Worship. I move to accept the regular council meeting agenda for Monday, May 11th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Town Manager, any additions to the agenda?
No, Your Worship.
Thank you. Members of Council, I'll call the question. When I call the question, I will go down the roll and call each one of you. You can either give a yes, nay, yay, hi, yes, and we'll move on from there, whatever you feel comfortable with. Okay, so I'll call the question. Deputy Mayor?
In favor?
Councilor Plechko?
In favor?
Councilor Laurie?
In favor.
Councilor Bennett?
In favor?
Councilor Loy?
In favor.
Councilor Meyer?
In favor.
Okay, and that is everyone, so that is carried. Thank you very much, Council. Moving on to the next one is public input session. Since this is a virtual meeting, we do not have anybody in council chambers at this point in time. Administrative staff, Mr. Golden, has anybody submitted anything for public input session?
Your Worship, as of 4 p.m. this afternoon, there was nothing submitted.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next one, which is number 4, presentations and delegations. Today, we're joined by Mr. Nolan Kraus, reporting on the Maria Housing Foundation board composition, terms of reference for members of council. Mr. Kraus, are you on?
Yes, I am. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I just want to double check before I begin. You should have a 3-page terms of reference provided to yourself, members of council.
That's correct. It came out on the agenda package.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So, I was asked by the Meridian Foundation, so I'm really acting on behalf of them for input from each of the 4 councils on that terms of reference. And so I'm not going to walk through it in detail. I'm going to hit some highlights, but just so the objective tonight, Mayor and Council members, is input only. There's the process I'm following as I'm collecting the input from all 4 councils, committees, committee of the wholes. It's each council committee is calling themselves different across the region, but what I do is I collect those 4, and your council number 2 out of the 4. And then I go back to the board with that input. The board will decide based on all that input if they come back to each council for formal approval. So this is not about formal approval. This is input only. And we're anticipating in the next couple months that this will come back to each of the councils for final ratification if the board chooses to go that way. Just so that all members of the board are aware, or of your council are aware, that ultimately the minister has final say if the province wishes to grant any changes to your current foundational board, the way it's structured, and the minister has the final say in that. So allow me for a moment to just kind of hit the highlights. I'm not going to read through this, obviously, because you've got the information. I would like to be able to just hit some highlights. Councillor Bennett, first of all, has seen this, and it is the document that she has seen and that we're advancing. There are some key points to this that I'd like to be able to point out. And that is this, that this is adding 3 members at large to your current 4-member body. And item number 3 on the document, page 1, says voting authority. The members at large would have full voting, they have full voting rights on the board. And similarly, later on, they have also full rights when it comes to travel remuneration, etc. The item number 5 on the term, we've attempted in the first draft of this, or this draft, to stagger the terms so that ultimately there'll be rotation on and off of the board if the board and the minister approve this. And then assuming that perhaps somebody doesn't serve their full 3-year, the board has the right to shuffle that any new members coming on to 1, 2, or 3. Page 2, Mayor and Council, the key here is under qualifications that the diversity of skills would be tried to, you attempt to add diversity of skills. Someone with some legal background, not necessarily a lawyer, but somebody who's got some legal skills, financial skills, and perhaps some housing, social services, engineering, or construction skills. And the intent would be that the members at large would live within the boundaries of the 4 municipalities that the board represents. And of course, the board reserves the discretion to approve exceptions to this if required. And at the very bottom, under number 10, under remuneration, whether it be attendance for conferences or for meetings or mileage, that remuneration would be identical to all board members. And Mr. Chair, there's a lot of other detail that I chose not to necessarily highlight. I thought if I just did that brief presentation, that you could then decide if anyone has any other input on this. So I'm at this point, Mr. Chair, I will turn this over to you, and I'll look forward to any feedback that your members have as individuals. No decision needed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Krause, for that presentation, and thank you for the work that you're doing on behalf of the Meridian Foundation. I have one question that is in queue right now. Is Councillor Laurie? Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Krause, for the presentation. I've got a question in regards to item number 6, the term limit. And it states no member at large may serve more than 6 years consecutive and no more than 2 consecutive terms, whichever is greater in total years. And when I look at item 5 for the terms, it speaks that the maximum term to be used is a 3-year term. I'm just wondering what the purpose of the additional terminology of no more than 2 consecutive terms, whichever is greater in total years, is in there, when essentially they could serve more than 2 consecutive years as long as they are not serving more than 6 consecutive years. It just gets a little confusing when I read it, because essentially if you're putting somebody in initially 1 member for a 1-year term and they were then re-elected to a 3-year term, that gives them 4 years, and then the board could potentially appoint them for a 3rd term of 2 years to bring them to the equivalent 6. So is this saying that they are not allowed to serve more than 2 terms, or they are allowed to serve more than 2 terms as long as they do not exceed 6 years?
Councillor Laurie, that is a great question, and I think I'm going to need some private time to kind of make sure that wording is cleared up, because I think you've pointed out a little bit of a flaw in this. The intention certainly is that no one serves more than 6 years, so that you do have turnover built into you have attrition built into the board, and new skills always coming on. But I can absolutely see how this could be confusing. What certainly I was intended to do with this, with the term in the initial appointment, was 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years. So allow me to clear that up. That is absolutely important piece that could be confusing early. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Krause. And just as a follow-up on that, yes, if you do allow them to serve a 3rd shortened term, you may end up with all 3 members expiring at the same 6-year period, which would eliminate that staggering and the the continuity that I think you were trying to achieve. So just wanted to bring that to light. I appreciate your comments.
I'm happy you did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krause, for the answers. Now moving on to Deputy Mayor Matties. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is with regards to the first point with the policy statement regarding appointees shall live within the municipalities. Basically, my concern is that the word shall means that it has to. It doesn't mean that there is exceptions to it, and nor does it say in here anywhere that there could be an exception to that. And I guess my comment would be on that is, what happens if the best skilled individual lives outside of this region and would bring valued experience to the board? And also, many of our residents move here from outside the region as well. So just if you could provide some feedback on that.
Well, thank you, Councillor Mattis, and that is a point that that your board had a good conversation about, and the word "shall" perhaps is it's actually written here twice. It's actually written in the policy statement as well as is under qualifications to reinforce it. Your region, I don't know what the total population is, but it's probably around 100, maybe even over 100,000. So the thinking, of course, is that out of 100,000, there likely are 3 individuals who would be willing to serve. That being said, at the very last statement under qualifications, there is some discretion, and it says the board reserves the discretion to approve exceptions to these at the time of appointments. Now, that being said, Councillor, I could soften the word "shall" to "should," but I will take that input to the back to the board. That's thank you for that input.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Krause, I'm just going to piggyback on that ride because that question, because when I read point 1 and even point 7 I have written down for page 9, it says members at large shall be recruited within the member municipalities. One of the conversations prior to this was that each municipality was going to submit somebody, or they have to live within the municipality. So are you talking about one public member from Spruce Grove, one from Parkland County, and one from Stony Plain, or all 3 from the tri-region? It doesn't matter where they live as long as they have the skill sets that the foundation is looking for?
All 3 from the region. All 4 could live in Wabamun, all 3 could live in Wabamun, as an example. So it's the latter. It's not spread out.
Okay, thank you very much. And do I have any more questions? Just hold on a second. Let me just check. And we have Councillor Bennett. You're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just have a little bit of input here. First of all, I'd like to thank Nolan for undertaking this this new idea that Meridian Housing Foundation has started to incorporate. So we all understand that anything new is going to have a few quirks in it, and I think that the way this has been written, we have the leeway to accommodate any situation that comes up, mostly because of that clause in there that says the board shall reserve the right, or something to that effect. So so I appreciate the questions that have been asked also. I will just also comment, though, that around the board table, it was very, very clear that the board members wanted the board composition to be from the tri-region. We had talked about, what if somebody lives in Edmonton and they want to serve on this board? But throughout our discussion, it was very clear that our board felt that, like Nolan said, out of 100 75,000 people, we're sure to find 3 people that live in the tri-region to fulfill this. So we feel, the board at the time felt very comfortable in stating exactly as it is, shall, using that word because that's how strongly they felt about it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Mr. Krause, I don't see anybody else that has messaged me that they want to speak or conversation regarding this. So I thank you for your presentation. Will you be joining us later on for the business item at 9.1, or are you finished now?
No, I'm done now, and I thank everyone for the input, and this will be part of the whole package that goes back to the board. So thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of council.
Okay. Thank you and have a good night.
You as well.
Okay, members of council, we've finished the presentation. Moving on to statutory public hearings. There are none. Moving on to adoption of council minutes from the RCM of April 27th. Councillor Meyer, if I get a motion, please.
Yes, that town council approved the town council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Moving on to the minutes. Council's had a chance to read it and go through it. Anyone has questions or comments regarding the minutes that were provided for us? Okay. Okay, Councillor Bennett, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm referring to page 16, 9.2 of the town council meeting minutes. The G&P meeting, the cancellation of that, I don't believe that was a unanimous decision. I think that we had someone voting against that.
That is correct, Councillor Bennett. That was 6-1. I have that written down here. So, administration.
Your worship, I believe that's correct. We'll make that correction.
Okay, thank you.
And just one more thing, Mr. Mayor. I don't mean to be nitpicky, but when you go on to our agenda package and you go into the bookmarks, statutory is misspelled.
It's spelled wrong, yes. I noticed that too, but I didn't want to draw attention to it. It is
I did.
It's spelled correctly on our lead sheet here. Okay, thank you. Anything else here? Councillor, okay, nobody else has their hands up. I do have a quick question to administrative staff under 9.3, the spring adjustment. I believe it was Mayor Choi requested Deputy Mayor Linda Mattis beside his chair, so the motion was made. That was carried, and then at that point, Mayor Mattis relinquished the chair back to Mayor Choi before the vote was taken on the original motion.
Your worship, I can maybe just speak to that quickly. I think we could, if need be, just check our audio file that I presume we still have, or the video file, and just ensure that's correct. And if it is, just make those changes. Right,
thank you. From my recollection, we did have the amendment that Deputy Mayor Mattis chaired, and that was when that was passed. That chair came back to me before I called the motion on the original motion, on the voting. Okay, anybody else have any questions? Okay, no, that is done. Okay, with those amendments, so we'll administrative staff review the minutes and then make those changes regarding the voting on 9.2 and then the chair on 9.3. Town Manager?
Sorry, Your Worship. Yes, we will make those changes.
Okay. Members of council, are you okay with voting to pass them as amended, providing that council sees the minutes when those have changed? Okay, so I'll call the question, and if you're not comfortable with that, then you can vote nay. If you're comfortable, you can vote for the amended minutes. I will start with Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Matthews.
In favor.
Councillor Loy. Councillor Loy, can you unmic and say again? It didn't come through.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you for that, the work there, administrative staff, and I look forward to seeing the updated minutes once they've been corrected. Members of council, moving on to the next item is 7 council boards, commissions, and committee minutes. Today we have 7.1 is the Growth and Commerce Committee minutes. Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council received the Growth and Commerce Committee meeting minutes for information.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, you had a chance to read them. Any questions and comments regarding those minutes to the members that sit on the committee? If you do, send me a text. Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? We will start with Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matthews.
In favor.
Thank you very much. That has carried. Moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. So today 8.1 is dealing with the tax rate bylaw. And this is to set the rate after council has did the spring adjustment at the last meeting. So this is bylaw 2636/tax/20. Okay, go ahead, administration, for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to turn this over to our General Manager of Corporate Services, Jen Bileski, to provide further comment.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. So as the Mayor indicated, this is the taxation bylaw, and we're asking for all 3 readings tonight based on the spring budget that you had passed at the last meeting. And I'll just have our Manager of Financial Services walk you through the lead sheet at this time.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. The exercise of setting the annual property tax rate authorizes Council to impose a tax in respect to collecting taxation revenue towards expenditures of the town set out in the approved budget. Shortly following the bylaw approval, taxation notices will be distributed. In November 2019, Council passed the 2020 corporate plan with a projected tax increase of 4.26. On April 27, 2020, Council refined this budget through the 2020 spring budget adjustments, revising the increase down to 1%. The actual tax rate increase for residential property for 2020 is calculated at 2.63% due to a realized decrease in assessment. Please note this calculation has many factors in the equation, including various residential classifications, including multi-residential, annexation rates, and any assessment changes based on appeals. It is important to note the assessment appeal date has been extended through ministerial order to July 1st due to COVID-19. As a result, there is potential for further adjustments outside of the assessment numbers used in this calculation. The taxation charts presented are based on only one scenario. Each individual resident and business assessment is unique and will impact the increase or decrease over the prior year. For demonstration purposes, a $100,000 assessment value was used for simplicity. Residents can multiply this out for their home assessment to come up with the increase for their property. Also collected is School Foundation and Meridian Foundation amounts that are paid through the town of Stony Plain, however, are out of our control. In 2020, the Meridian Foundation presented a slight increase of approximately $3,600. The provincial government has announced the school requisition will be held at the 2019 rates for 2020. At the time the tax bylaw in 2019 was set, the provincial budget was not released. Therefore, administration had calculated an estimated increase based on prior 5 years' trends. As a result, the town collected $246,208 more than required that has now been applied against the school foundation rate for 2020, resulting in a decrease. The decrease in the school foundation tax rate offsets the increase in the municipal tax rate. As per the revenue and taxation policy approved by Council in September 2017, the split tax ratio shall move towards an 80-20 residential non-residential split. In 2020, the ratio is noted on page 30 of your package, maintaining the 80-20 split at 79.8% residential and 20.2% non-residential. Please note the comparisons for 2019 should read 79.9% residential and 20.1% non-residential, therefore have remained consistent. The revenue and taxation policy is up for renewal in 2021, in which we will be looking at the split to ensure it is consistent with assessment. Assessment split is 83.29% resident and 16.71% non-resident, resulting in a shift of 0.04 from non-residential to residential as compared to 2019. This concludes my presentations, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Does the general manager want to add anything else?
No, Your Worship, we can just answer any questions that council may have.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, you had a chance and opportunity to go through the tax bylaw and how that it affects a household in the community, and based on 100,000. So we have to go down and do the math, but I think there was some that was already done. So questions coming down the list, and I will start with the first person on the list is Councillor Laurie. Please go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, in respect to the requisition for the schooling, noted that the overage that was collected of $246,208 will be applied to the 2020 payments. Did that then result in the rate in which we are collecting being reduced, which would require an increase next year to bring back up to the level that we would need, essentially to make up for the $246,000 additional we have applied to this year's rates?
Through your worship to Council Lord, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, The rates that are applied this year would basically be resetting it back to our 2019 rates, what we really should have charged, but being that we didn't have the budget and we didn't have the amount that was going to be requisitioned, we did an estimate based on the last 5 years. So in 2020, we've brought down the rates to basically what the requisition was for 2019, and will also equate to what it is for 2020. As for 2021, if the school foundation was to hold their rates, the tax rate would stay the same. If they were to increase it, then we would have to increase them.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Councilor Laurie, do you have another second question
for me?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And a follow-up to that, not sure I'm understanding, because when we say that the rates are being held the same by the provincial government, and we have adjusted our rate to what that 2019 rate would be, that would mean that by the end of this year, when we have finished collecting our taxation, we would still have a surplus of $246,208 in the education collection. So I'm curious, in the lead sheet, it states that the $246,000 will be applied to the 2020 payments. But what I'm hearing from the Financial Services Department is that we are collecting 100% of the amount that is being required. So therefore, that would still leave a surplus at the end of the year. So I'm looking for a little clarity, because there's only two possible situations. Either one, we have a surplus at the end of the year, or two, we actually would end up collecting $246,000 less this year because of the surplus, which would mean we would need to adjust our rates next year, even if rates were held the same, in order to collect that additional $246,208.
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. So you're looking at, since we had an over collection last year and we reduced the rates to the 2019 rates for 2020, then if we collect the same amount, then we still should have the overage. So, and then I think you said then if for us to not have their overage, we need to reduce the amount we collect by $218,000 and change. Therefore, that would be a lower tax rate than for 2021 if they've left it same at 2019. So, General Manager or the Manager of Finance, questions, comments with that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will clarify that. Yeah, that didn't come out quite right. So Councillor Laurie is correct. So we are requisitioning that 200,000 less this year, which means that we've had a reduction in the actual tax rate on that line for school foundation. So for next year, you're correct. The rate will go up if they hold their same requisition amount, just to bring it back to that level. So we are taking that 200,000 that we over levied last year and applying it to the payment this year. Therefore, we're only requisitioning from the residents 200,000 less than what we should be. So next year, 2021, we will have to add that 200,000 back. So I apologize for that, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there's a reduction this year, and then if it's the same as 21 and it's the same as 20, then there will be a school increase to cover up the difference. Councillor Laurie, any secondary questions on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'm curious, in the sake of what we've heard, when we look at that, you're essentially providing a 1-year grace, if you want to call it that, on this, but which would then provide certainty of requiring an increase next year. And I'm just curious if the Financial Services Department considered any other method, or if we are able to consider any other method, such as setting up a reserve with that amount, which could be used to offset some small changes in the future, or if we did see larger changes in the future, would then allow those changes to be phased. Has that been considered, or is this standard practice that we would strictly apply 100% of the overage in the following year and then adjust again in the year after?
Okay, I'll turn that over to administration, but from what I understand of the Act, it is 100% has to be turned over because it's not our dollars. We're just collecting it for the province, and we need to remit 100% of it, and we can't keep a reserve of the government's money in our pockets. Go ahead, the Manager of Financial Services.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you and all of council. That would be correct. And so this money does not belong to the town of Stony Plain, and so there weren't any other methods that were considered in this part. This is something that auditors do look at the over-under levy. We have always had over-under levies in the past years. However, they've not been as significant, and just due to timing and what came out last year, we are in this situation where we have this additional surplus.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Laurie, any other questions? Because right now, does that answer your question?
That answers my question. I do have one additional question. However, I will allow other members of council to go if they're queued up, and you can come back to me if it hasn't been asked.
Okay, thank you. Members of council? And let me look to see who has texted in. And nobody, so Councilor Laurie, you get to go again.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you to administration. In the considerations last meeting, when council provided the direction on the tax bylaw, the consideration was to bring it to a 0%, which also included, I thought, assessment changes with the lower assessment. And then it was added in that there be an additional 1% added onto the municipal tax rate for roads maintenance, which was equivalent to approximately $170,000. Looking at what has been placed on this document, even though the total increase is actually only 0.14% due to the adjustment in the school foundation, I'm curious as to why we are seeing 2.63% in the municipal increase. I'm not sure I'm understanding, because I believed when we saw our presentation at our previous meeting, that included all adjustments for assessment values.
Okay, administration.
Thank you. Through Your Worship to Councillor Laurie, that's a great question. So just to start off with, the bylaw last year for 2019 started with a requisition of $17,242,564.39. So we added $170,000 based on the motion of what we needed to achieve. And yes, in the adjustments, we did adjust for a part of some of that growth that we didn't think was going to come through. However, as mentioned, there are many factors that go into that rate. The rate that you're referencing, the 2.63%, is just a very high level number. So I'll just remind you a couple things that do impact that. The annexation rates, we had some major fluctuations in all residential classifications. So multi-res is a big one in there. And I'll just remind all council that assessment is unique to each individual, and that probably almost no one will see the 2.63. It'll be unique to everyone. So I would ask if council can switch to page 29 of their council package. And so, as noted in the council package, the market actually did see a decrease in assessment. This scenario on the very top is a scenario showing 1.57% reduction in assessment value. When we calculate that out, if you look at the highlighted section for municipal, it comes out to almost like exactly 1% increase. So this is a more realistic, just proof of how that kind of comes out based on the growth. So it shows just in a different way how that's applied based on the resident and based on the decrease in assessment.
Councilor Laurie, does that answer your question regarding the percentage numbers?
Thank you, Your Worship. It suffices. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, looking at any other members of council that have any questions or comments regarding the tax rate bylaw? Seeing none, thank you, administration, for your presentation and getting that work done for council. Again, it is hard to balance all the numbers, especially when we have unknown factors in 2019 with the school foundation requisition, and also with the fact that the housing market goes up and down, and that also changes the municipal tax rate as well. If the overall residential values go down, then tax rates go higher. If they go up, then the actual tax rate is lower. So there's a lot of numbers that that change, and I'm glad that the manager was able to provide us that clarity on page 29, which is when the council made the increase of 1%. Overall, for the municipal increase for municipal protective service and the Travel Leisure Facility, it is a 1.02% increase for our residents this year. Okay. So with that, I will call the question for the first one. Councillor Plechko for first reading, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That Town Council gives first reading to bylaw 2636/tax/20, a bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation to be levied against property within the town of Stony Plain for the 2020 taxation year.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Plechko. Okay, members of council, any questions regarding the motion? Again, the presentation was explained by our manager of financial services, and this is to do the work that council has approved in our strategic plan. Okay. Any possibility of getting the motion on the screen for our residents? Okay, thank you. And I'm looking down here, nobody has any questions, so I'll call the question for first reading. All in favor? Councillor Meyer.
Thank you. In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matties.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
In favor?
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
You already asked me, Your Worship.
Who did I miss? Oh, Councillor Plechko. I forgot. I asked them to move the motion. Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Thank you. And that is carried. Okay, moving back to bylaws. Administration is recommending to do all three readings. So number 2, second reading. We'll go to Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2636/tax/20.
Okay, thank you. So second reading. Council members, any comments? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
In favor?
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matties.
In favor.
Thank you, and that is carried. Moving back to bylaws. So if a council is to do all three readings in one evening, one sitting, council has to give unanimous consent. So that is the next motion that's made. Councillor Loy, the motion, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council gives unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2636/tax/20.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matties.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett,
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Thank you. And I think I got that is carried. So moving on to third reading, that we have unanimous consent. So third reading, Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, the town council give third reading to bylaw 2636/tax/20.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Administrative staff, any other comments?
None at this time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Members of council, any comments or questions regarding third reading? Okay, see none. On behalf of council and our residents, thank you very much, administrative staff, for getting this bylaw together. The rate that we are setting allows us to do and follow our corporate strategic plan that we've done, and I look forward to the results that will be unfolding over the next year. I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matties.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Okay. That is passed. That's all three readings tonight. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, staff, for your work. Okay, moving on to business items. 9.1 is the Meridian Foundation. We just had a presentation from Mr. Kraus regarding the terms of reference. Councillor Bennett for the motion, please.
I move that Town Council endorse the proposed Meridian Housing Foundation Board composition terms of reference.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Administrative staff, anything to add or comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe just a few comments from administrative perspective on this. Mr. Kraus earlier this evening indicated that he would be taking our feedback, or council's feedback, back to the board, to the process to refine and work on that terms of reference, and it would be brought back to councils, I believe he said, for sort of a final approval. I guess we'll allow that process to take place. I think the notion here, Your Worship, just for clarity, is that, the motion as written says endorse, it doesn't say approve. The idea here is to, this combined with the feedback that was given to Mr. Kraus would just allow the Meridian Foundation to know that this has been reviewed, understood, and council generally supports the direction it's heading in. I'll leave it at that, Your Worship. If there's any quick questions that I can answer, I will try to do so.
Okay. Thank you very much, Town Manager. So members of council, we've had the presentation. The motion is that we endorsed the terms of reference. Any questions and comments regarding that? Okay, seeing none, I do have one question for administrative staff. I know you mentioned that it is for us to endorse it, but I have a question regarding that because we don't control or run the Meridian Housing Foundation. The board does. So is it not prudent for us to accept it for information instead of endorsing it? Because we don't have no say. If the board decides to change it and accept a different terms of reference, then that's their prerogative. It's not council's prerogative to enforce or dictate the terms of reference that we want to see. Town Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I can provide some comment. I would preface that by saying that it's, my perspective, I guess, on the working relationship with the Meridian Foundation the last 6 months to a year. It's my understanding that the foundation is wanting to reach out, to understand, to appreciate the perspective of all 4 municipal councils at this point in time. I believe you're correct that it's not a formal approval that has to be granted by the town or the city or the county or the village of Wavam. But the notion, I believe, was to seek some input to provide an indication that the foundation is willing, able, and taking the consideration of the municipality seriously on this matter. So I guess it would be up to council's perspective as to accept for information or to endorse. Again, Your Worship, I would say that the term endorse does allow for, it allows the foundation to understand that there is some positive trajectory to this conversation coming from the council of the town of Stony Plain. I guess I would say that would be the difference.
Great. Thank you, Town Manager. Councillor Meyer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just looking for a little clarification. Maybe this should have been directed at Mr. Kraus, but in terms of number 10, the remuneration, considering that it's going to be, it is 3 different communities, so the phrase I'm confused about, it says remuneration for serving as a member at large shall be the same as a member who are elected officials for meetings, symposiums, and conventions. Now, when I read that, I think they're talking about us and the councils, and if there are 3 different councils involved, it seems a little vague, and I'm just curious where they're setting that on, which council or.
Okay, so Councillor Meyer, with certain boards and committees and commissions, they have their own per diem rates, and so based on this term reference, they were paid on the Meridian Foundation's Housing Board compensation. So their rate, so it doesn't have nothing to do with any of the 4 municipalities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bennett, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was my understanding as the chair of the board that that the councils would endorse this board composition terms of reference, but that it not come back to council except maybe as information when the reason that we're using the word endorse is because when we send this for our ministerial order, it goes a long way, and the government would like to see that our councils are supportive of it. And so that's the reason that we have brought this out for all the councils to have input into it. And then it goes back to the board. And then we will submit it for ministerial order. By we, I mean the board. So I'm thinking that perhaps Mr. Kraus was mistaken when he said it was going to come back to council, but maybe administration can clarify that more for me. I think in efficiency, each council has had the same presentation. We have the same input that will be brought back to the board for more comment. And then with the endorsement of each of the councils, we can go ahead and submit it for ministerial order. That's my understanding. Town Manager, is that clear?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bennett, for that question. Town Manager, are you on? Can you provide some clarity on that?
Your Worship, thank you, and through to the rest of council. I can tell you that it was my general understanding that these were not coming back to the councils in the future. That these were coming in for some input, some Q&A, and then being asked for as it's written for an endorsement. So that's my understanding. That's what I believed was happening at Parkland County, and I believe was happening at Spruce Grove even this evening as well. And So, Your Worship, up until earlier comments by Mr. Krause, it was my belief that this was not coming back to councils in the future. Your Worship, that's my understanding, and I would leave it that, this is a housing foundation process. So ultimately, what they want to do or not do with it is up to the Meridian Housing Board. But as of about an hour ago is when I heard too that it may be coming back. And I can't confirm one way or the other, Your Worship. It was my understanding is that it was not going to come back.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then next on the list is Deputy Mayor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one comment with regards to endorse. If that's what the other three communities or municipalities are doing within the region, it would be good if we were consistent with everyone. And then my second comment, and I wish I would have mentioned this as Nolan had spoken with us this evening, but it's with regards to the term of reference. It refers to it as the board composition terms of reference. But as I read through it, it very much seems to refer to members at large, throughout, outside of a few comments about being the same as the board, same as this. So I'm just not sure if that was the intent. If the intent was to be a terms of reference for the members of large as opposed to the entire board.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe this is the terms of reference to actually the members at large, because they already have a terms of reference for the current board members. This is the Meridian Foundation's ability or request to bring in new members. Councillor Bennett.
Your Worship, may I just reply?
Yeah, I was going to ask Councillor Bennett to provide some more information on that because she chairs it.
Sure. Oh, thank you. Yes.
Councillor Bennett.
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor. I don't exactly understand the discrepancy here. It is the board composition terms of reference. That's the way it's related in all of our discussions so far. That's the way it will be relayed to when we request the ministerial order. And yes, it does refer to the changes to the board. The fact is that even in this terms of reference, it talks about the elected officials that will still be sitting on the board, but the change is for the 3 new public members.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I'm still not quite clear because, as I go through this terms of reference, it refers to the first statement, members at large, the second statement, members at large, the third statement, members at large, the key duties and responsibilities relating to them and being the same as the term being the same as the board, I guess, if actually no, that relates to the members at large as well. So just going through, it just seems to very much be cited in terms of addressing members of large, and it's just a comment.
Okay, thank you. And then if Councillor Bennett, if you can get some clarity on that and bring it back to Council through an email just to verify, as I believe the conversation when we had the meeting with Mr. Krause was about the actual members at large and how those members would be integrated into the current composition of the board. So, Councillor Bennett, is that possible?
It is, Mr. Mayor, except I'm not understanding what the comment is that Councillor Matty or that Deputy Mayor is making. Does she want the title of it changed? I'm not exactly sure what the comment is referring to. There is a change to our composition. There is no change to the elected officials. And so the change is to the members at large. because we're now including them when as we've never had members at large on this board before. So if you want me to follow up on this, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to understand more what the comment is referring to.
Okay, I think from what I see is the comment comes from the recommendation is that town council endorse the proposed Marine Housing Foundation board composition terms of reference. And when you look at the word board composition, then would you not have the entire board composition terms of reference in that reference? That would include the members appointed by the 4 municipalities. The presentation was just about adding the 3 members at large, but not addressing the entire Meridian Housing Foundation board composition. So I think the question more for clarity is that terms of reference for the members at large that Mr. Kraus presented, will that be then dovetailed or added to the existing terms of reference for the Meridian Housing Foundation board members?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say that we have in our policy what the terms of reference is for the elected officials. And yes, this will just dovetail into that policy once we have the ministerial order.
Okay, thank you. And that can also become a new policy if the minister approves having members at large that are added to the composition of the board for the Meridian Housing Foundation. Then as the board, you might want to revisit the policy to have one policy that covers all the members and not one for elected and one for members at large.
All right, I understand that, Mr. Mayor. That's what I'll follow up on. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, does that kind of clarify? Like, I think you raised a good point there of talking about the whole board composition, but only in terms of reference for the members at large.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions regarding the motion? Okay, seeing no more texts come in, so I will call the question. Councillor Bennett has made the motion, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Bennett, you're first.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matties?
In favor.
Councillor Meyer?
In favor.
Councillor Loy?
In favor.
Councillor Palechko?
In favor.
Councillor Laurie?
In favor.
Thank you, and that is passed. Well, actually, maybe just a note for our recording secretary. I don't know if you can see me in council chambers or not. I am in favor of all the motions. I didn't voice that myself, but for your record keeping, I am in favor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That brings up 9.1. So let's call a little 10-minute recess here while we adjust our equipment and make sure everybody's signing on properly and everybody's hearing good and getting clarity. So I'll call a 10-minute recess. Okay. So once we're in recess, can we have a check-in? How's everybody doing here? Everybody hearing clearly? We'll start with Harold, because Harold, you tend to have the little issues with pixelating and all that stuff and bouncing back and forth. Are you doing good today?
Well, I don't have to worry about the pixelating because I can't see anybody. All I got is a black screen with a big white thing that says what number we're on.
Okay.
As for hearing things, it's been very good tonight.
Okay, thank you. Justin, you good?
Yeah, actually, it's been absolutely fantastic so far.
Okay. Judy, you good? Okay, maybe she's not good. Eric, you good?
I was just telling William, yeah, it's doing fine here.
Okay, Linda, you're good?
Well, Judy took you literally, and she took a break. So that was sort of Judy. But anyways, I'm very, very pleased with the audio. I really do miss some visual, so I hope that we can incorporate that at some point in time. But the audio is excellent.
Yes,
I might just be using this for until I can get this coming up with my agenda package.
Okay. Okay. Welcome back to Council Chambers and back to our meeting. We apologize for the extra long delay. We're having some technical difficulties on our side, and I think we have worked them out. So we'll continue with our agenda. Moving on to business items 9.2, and that's transit in Stony Plain. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are here tonight presenting a recommendation and asking Council for a decision for the transit in Stony Plain route. The decision tonight is necessary to allow the route details, including scheduling, to be finalized. It will also allow the installation of the new bus stop infrastructure this summer. The timing for the start of transit in Stony Plain has shifted to 2021 in the revised corporate plan, which was approved at the last council meeting. Administration recognizes that the timing for starting a new transit service could be impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, which has seen some of the municipal transit ridership drop by 90 to 95%. It is our recommendation that the town proceed with finalizing the route in preparation for implementation in 2021. Administration would then continue to monitor the COVID-19 recovery in the region and include the recommended start date as part of the 2021 corporate plan in November. I will now pass it over to the Manager of Planning and Development, who has a short presentation outlining the rationale for the recommended route.
Okay. Thank you, General Manager. And moving over to the Manager of Planning.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Miles Dibble, Manager of Planning and Development at the Town of Stony Plain here. And can you hear me okay and see the presentation? Can I get a confirmation on that, please?
I can see the presentation and hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Your Worship. Quick overview. So we'll be talking about the project background, what is transit in Stony Plain, the project rationale, and then moving on to the process, which includes the project timeline, public participation, route recommendation, next steps, and finally the discussion. So transit in Stony Plain is a council initiative to implement a transit service in Stony Plain to connect riders to the city of Spruce Grove and through their existing commuter service to the Greater Edmonton metropolitan region. The rationale of this project stems from over 2 years worth of work, including the Tri-Municipal Regional Transit Plan from February 2018, the Tri-Municipal Regional Transit Report, also from February of 2018, moving on to a memorandum of agreement with Spruce Grove and Parkland County signed in June of 2019. And at the end of last year, the Corporate Plan Initiative approved transit for Stony Plain in December, followed by a summary report that was accepted for information just this April. The purpose is to implement a transit service to connect Stony Plain residents to Spruce Grove's existing service, to improve the regional mobility, and to provide an alternative mode of transportation for the residents of Stony Plain. The project timeline for this initiative started back in January through April of 2020, where we were determining a route, including communications, public participation, and to work on route details. This led to the preparation of the launch of service in May to December of 2020, and forecast for 2021, the service launch, which was delayed from originally September of this year. And again, this will continue with additional communications, public transit service in Stony Plain, and monitoring and reporting. The public participation process started January 31st, 2020. It launched an online survey to determine how members of the community would like to use the transit service in Stony Plain. Between that date and March 10th, 2020, various public participation events were held to bring awareness of the survey and to talk to community members about the project. On March 10th, the report to the community was wrapped up. The results showed support for all three of the proposed routes, which you can see below, which were conceptual in nature. The purple route, which was a park and ride style, the orange route, which was relatively comprehensive, as well as the teal route, which is not shown on the screen, but will be shown later on, which was a hybrid route sort of between the two, but different from the yellow one that we are proposing tonight. In addition to this, transit-based scenario questions did not show any one route being significantly more desirable than the others, and both the purple and orange routes generated the most discussion during the public participation events, leading to the creation of a fourth hybrid conceptual option as shown below on the right. This route combines unique properties of the purple and the orange, including being relatively direct, but also going through key destinations within the town. More specifically, the yellow hybrid route runs for 3 hours during 3 different periods, daily from Monday to Friday. It operates on a fixed schedule to cover peak commuting hours as well as a midday service. It aligns with 9 operational hours as budgeted and approved by council in December, and it incorporates the use of a park and ride facility at Heritage Park. This here is a detail of the route. It starts at the Tri-Leisure Center in Spruce Grove, proceeds down Highway 16A, down Veterans Boulevard, and down 44th Avenue through the South Business Park, continues through St. Andrews and Meridian Heights, loops around south on the highway to 49th Avenue, going through on the edge of Old Town by Main Street, continues north on 50th Street or Main Street until it reaches Heritage Park, where there will be a park and ride, loops back onto the highway just briefly to get back by Rotary Park to Highway 779, and then it goes back the same way in which it came through and loops back and forth between those during its hours of operation, providing a relatively direct, but still goes through many of the amenities and services in Stony Plain between the Tri-Leisure Center and Heritage Park. Some details on the rationale. It balances the top 2 desired uses of the transit system, these being a direct commuter service between a park and ride and the Tri-Leisure Center, as well as going through some neighborhoods and other amenities within the town. It enables the town to start small and expand when appropriate, to emphasize consistency and reliability for users, and efficiency and easy transferability to the regional transit service that already exists in Spruce Grove. In terms of the next step, we're looking tonight for a decision for administration regarding the route for tonight. This would lead to a finalized route details by administration as we prepare to start the service, which would take place in 2021 as currently budgeted and planned. With that, any questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to the manager for your presentation. And I'm going to look here. Hold on a second. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, I'm just curious. I would like to just say very nice work on finding a happy medium with this yellow. I appreciate it. Must have taken much work. I'm just curious if administration could just let me inform me or give me some info why we stopped at 49th and didn't pick 50th Avenue or 51st to give us a slightly deeper dive off of Main Street. I'll just stop there and listen.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Go ahead, General Manager or the manager.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Through you to Your Worship. I'll get Mr. Dibble to answer that question.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Myers. In this case, there's 2 aspects of this. One is the current redevelopment of Main Street is currently inhibiting the ability to easily transfer either on 50th Avenue or 51st Avenue. So as a startup, we didn't want to have something that needed to be changed right off the bat with sort of a detour. So that was one of the main reasons. The other being this does go near an alternative park and ride located just between Folkestone Place and Main Street, north of 50th Avenue, just to the west of Main Street. And again, having the route go one direction at that part allows it to easily go north without impacting any of the downtown construction that's going on this year.
Thank you. Councilor Meyer, is that good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so moving on with questions. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I've got a couple questions, but I will start with the first question, which is probably the biggest thing that stood out. In respect to the routing with the bus coming in along Veterans Boulevard and then the section down 44th Avenue, my question pertains as to why, after circling from Heritage Park, we actually then come back into town and come back along 44th Avenue. What I see is with a single bus, this is a 40-minute route frequency, meaning that essentially the difference in time is an absolute maximum of 20 minutes between the stops on 44th Avenue on either the north or the south side of the road. And I'm wondering why it wasn't considered when exiting Heritage Park to just go straight along Highway 16A and potential save some time, which might allow us to bring that down to, say, a 30 or 35-minute frequency. Going along 44th Street, not even including the stops that are potentially planned for there, you have four sets of lights, a school and playground zone, and a significantly lower speed limit, where if you were to go on to 16A, you have a significantly higher speed limit and only 2 traffic lights to contend with in the same stretch. So I'm curious if administration can shed a little bit of light as to why we're circling back to 44th Avenue rather than proceeding along 16A.
Thank you for your question, Councilor Laurie. General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's an excellent question. We have had those many discussions on that particular question. Mr. Dibble has the background as to why the route was chosen as it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. In this case, it was twofold again. One, to ensure that there was no more than a 20-minute travel time. As just a case in point, say someone was to live somewhere approximately within the South Business Park, they would then have to actually get on, ride all the way through, stop at Heritage Park, and come all the way back in that alignment, which would lead to some individuals having to ride somewhere between 30, 35 minutes, depending on the timing. Whereas by having it this way, the individual that would pick up somewhere here would have about a 10-minute ride here and about a 10-minute ride back. So it just provides some consistency and fairness to those riders. And again, as you were correct, it only adds about 5 to 10 minutes to go through this portion through here, as opposed to going directly there. In addition to this, it also increases the likelihood that riders are going to be using it to access amenities within the town itself, which was some of the feedback that we heard from the engagement event. Thank you.
Okay. Before I go to the next councillor, can the manager repeat that comment? I think Councillor Petchko was having a hard time hearing because it was spotty.
Not a problem. So again, the 2 points to kind of sum it up were that an individual that were to live approximately here would have to travel more than the 20 minutes if they had to loop all the way back here if the route was to go back just down 16A. So it creates a little bit of consistency. It's about 10 minutes from the South Business Park to the Tri-Leisure Center and back in both directions this way. And on top of that, it provides additional access into many of the amenities within the town, including the South Business Park, Westview Health Center, areas like the RCMP, or the former RCP, but the current courthouse, as well as other areas around the loop there.
Okay.
Your
Thank you for
Worship,
that.
If I may continue.
Yes, guys, hold on just 1 second, please. Councillor Petchko, can you hear me?
I can barely hear anything at this point in time. It was clear up until we started this presentation. I'm not sure if we've changed something or not, but I heard very little of what Miles was talking about.
Okay. And I'm also getting a lot of feedback from your end. Can administration work on that while we move on?
Is anybody there?
Councilor Pleshko, I can hear you. Okay. Councilor Pleshko, can you just remove yourself from the meeting and then rejoin in?
I'm going to try. I've got rid of the headphone set. Can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay, up until this point in time, I heard everything clear other than when Miles started his presentation. I've heard virtually nothing of the presentation. So let's try it with this now, with the headset gone.
Okay, that's better on our end anyways. I'm not getting the feedback from you. Okay. Manager, Dibble, can you repeat what you said to answer Councillor Lowry's question before we move on, please?
Not a problem, Your Worship. So again, just to reiterate, the instance is that if someone were to live in the South Business Park, they would be able to travel both directions with 10 minutes back and forth between the Tri-Leisure Center and the South Business Park. However, if the route was to be altered, pardon me here, in which case it would just go down 16A directly on the way back. Anyone living in the South Business Park would have approximately a 30-minute travel time to go all the way through here without being able to come back. So just to keep it fair and equitable for everyone, the additional 5 minutes, perhaps 10, that it would take to go through this loop here also provides access to all the amenities in the South Business Park, as well as easier access in the rest of the loop by having it go bi-directional in the middle there.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Lowry, you may continue again.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the manager for the answer. But I think the question maybe that needs to be answered here is what type of a service are we trying to achieve? The manager mentioned that, well, you know, if we go through the South Business Park and then we come back, some people are accessing amenities. Well, the reality is when we look at this route, it misses such a significant amount of our population and a significant amount of our households. Are we trying to be a commuter route? Or are we trying to be a residential local service route? And I'm not sure I understand the justification and the reasoning behind the justification. I believe what we should be looking for here is a quicker commute time. And if I go by what the manager has said, then I would suggest that we look at a route that reverses in the evening from what it does in the morning. So in the morning, maybe it should go straight from the Tri-Leisure Center to Heritage Park and work its way back east through the town to collect everybody to bring them into the commuter connection. And then in the evening, it should come from the Tri-Leisure up Veterans Boulevard, start on 44th Avenue and work its way west. And that would reduce the amount of time that people were spending on the bus as best as possible and make for a fair situation where those who got on earlier in the evening get off later in the morning and vice versa. I also would like a little bit of a understanding and justification in respect to the midday service, which was not proposed on the last time we looked. The last time we saw this, we had two proposals for the hybrid option, which was either a 20 or 40-minute frequency for the morning and the evening service. It had no contemplation of midday service. So I'm very surprised to hear that. So if the manager could expand a little bit on why we now have midday service incorporated into this as well.
Okay, go ahead, manager.
Your Worship, I'll lead off this one. So we have had some conversations about the optimum time and how the system would hook in best with the Route 560 in Spruce Grove. So there is some thinking that's gone into this. I know Mr. Dibble will explain it in relation to people who are traveling in the middle of the day and not being somewhat stranded at one end or the other. But Mr. Dibble will provide some more context in that regards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, to Councillor Lowry and the rest of Council. Twofold with this one again. The major one was that we were trying to address the two large portions of the feedback that we heard, which was that some individuals really did want a midday service or the ability to travel back and forth within the midday as opposed to just commuting, but there was a more significant portion that wanted to use it as a commuter. So by balancing the 9 hours daily so that 6 are towards the commuter and 3 are towards the midday, the other advantage that it has by having 3 separate time periods is that if it was to be, say, for example, the original 4.5 hours spread in the AM and the PM, it leaves probably a 6-7 hour gap, depending on the exact timing, between anyone. So if someone were to get from Stony Plain in the morning into Spruce Grove, they would have to find an alternative means unless they wanted to wait for a fairly substantial amount of time to get back. By doing it this way, it leaves maybe a 2.5, 3 hour gap between the AM commute, the midday, and then again between the midday and the afternoon commute, allowing people to be able to get into and out of Spruce Grove only having to wait 2 or 3 hours as opposed to 6 or more. So those are some of the reasons why those were chosen this way. Good question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Manager. Councillor Laurie, any other questions before we move on?
I have no other questions, but when we get into debate, I will have more comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bennett, questions of clarity and understanding.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. My question has to do with the second bus. I thought we were getting 2 buses, and when I was reading this report, I read something about 1 bus will be used for when there's breakdowns or it needs to be, yeah. So in looking at these routes, are there 2 buses going at all of those times?
Councillor Bennett, no, it's not. There's 1 bus that is going, and 1 bus is in standby to replace that one if it falls apart or breaks down, so that we have backup versus having no backup if you're running 2 buses and 1 breaks down. General Manager, is that correct?
Your Worship, that is correct. The second bus is essentially a backup bus for now, and would only operate if the first bus or if maintenance was undertaken on the buses.
Okay, Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It just seems to me that to alleviate some of the pressure, especially with the morning and evening commutes, if we ran 2 buses, 1 strictly on the highway and then 1 doing the loop, and then have only 1 bus for the midday, that would speed up the service and make more sense to me that people who wanted to park at Heritage Park and drive and get the ride in would have a quicker route to go into the Tri-Leisure Center in the morning and evening commutes. Can you comment on why it was decided that we'll only be using 1 bus?
Okay, thank you. General Manager?
Yeah, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Bennett. So the overarching constraint here is the hours of service that we are operating under for the transit service. We are currently limited to 9 hours of service, which basically means if you run more buses, you have to shorten the hours to stay within the budget constraints. So I guess the philosophy here was to start small, focus on providing reasonably quick service in the morning and the PM, getting people to the connectors on Route 560, but having some, I would say, reasonable service in the middle of the day for people who, which was the second highest use from the survey.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Bennett, did that answer your question?
It did, Mr. Mayor. And could I just say that that this is quite a compromise, and a lot of information has gone into this. And I just appreciate our administration and the work they've put into trying to please everyone.
Okay, Thank you. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is just for questions of understanding clarity from administrative presentation. So keep comments to that do not pertain just to that to later on when we have our conversation and debate as a council. Councillor Loy, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I, like everybody else has mentioned here, I thoroughly enjoyed this report. And it's been growing for the last bit, well, actually from 2018 when we started this. And I've been following these routes and everything and the input. And I'm to the point personally where we have to start. And then we have to analyze. And then we have to adjust. And whether that's over a 6-month period or 1 year period, I don't have time frames for that. But again, start, analyze, adjust. I believe this report, and I've talked to the manager there, Miles Dibble, quite often on this. They are reacting to what the user feedback has told us. They always haven't told us as council members, they've told administration. So they've been analyzing and checking it over, and I feel confident in their choices so far. Regarding the alternate bus, I never thought about that as much, but you do need an alternate bus to fill in when if something happens. I mean, there could be a car accident, a collision. It does require maintenance. It does allows us not to rely on Spruce Grove. I may suggest that when we just don't use one bus, that we alternate those buses, whether they go every second day or something like that, so that they get equal wear and tear. But if something was to happen to one, the other bus can be put into service. So I like this plan. Again, start, analyze, and adjust, and those are my comments. And then, yes, to the administration there for the fine work that you've done on this. You're to be applauded. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Loy, for that. Those are more comments during our council discussion and debate regarding this. Right now, the administration presented the route and the reasoning behind that. Right now, we're asking questions of clarity and understanding of the route and why they came and chose this. We don't need to convince administration of anything. We need to convince ourselves when we do the vote. Councillor Matthews, you're next. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Judy actually asked my first question, and I appreciate the response. And I, too, very much appreciate the hard work that administration has put into this. It's an important project, and they've worked really hard, so I very much appreciate that. With regards to my second question, just a quick one. How many stops are anticipated on this route? And are we of the philosophy of starting small and then building later, just to clarify?
Okay, go ahead, General Manager.
Your Worship, through you to Deputy Mayor Matties. Yes, we are anticipating starting small, and the bus stops will be spaced about 400 to 500 meters apart. So there will be in the neighborhood of 10 on the throughout the town. Not an extensive number, but it is something we do have to plan for and install over the summer months here. So that's one of the reasons for the decision today, is so that we can work on the scheduling, work on where those stops make the most sense, and then get them in place for next year's startup.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, anything else?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palechico, you're next on the queue.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I do think along the lines of Councillor Laurie and Councillor Bennett. I do appreciate the fact that you've put a lot of time and effort into it. However, I still struggle with, when I look at this map, the amount of the coverage where we go back and forth on the same road, making the same stop coming and going. We talked about, on different occasions, about a 20-minute bus ride. We're now making it a 40-minute bus ride, especially for our commuters first thing in the morning and last thing at day. I spent a number of, well, actually the last 3 weeks driving my spouse to the bus in Spruce Grove. And the highest times that the buses are used is first thing in the morning from about 6 a.m. till 8, and then last thing at the end of the day from about 4 o'clock till about 6 o'clock is when the highest rider is. Those people are the people getting to work and coming home. And I'm just wondering why we would take and add 180 minutes of travel time for our residents when we could keep this down to less than 20 minutes.
Okay, administration, again, comments regarding the combination of the routes.
Your Worship, I'll let Mr. Dibble talk about the times. He's very familiar with the amount of time it would take to get from one end to the other, including the stops. I will mention that we have looked into the 560 route timing, and the whole intention here will be to tailor the bus schedule that we develop working with Spruce Grove so that you connect into their schedule, and then you get to the downtown destinations wherever they may be, based on scheduled work times or school times, that sort of thing. But Mr. Dibble, perhaps you could speak a little bit about the travel time.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Plechko and all of Council. Two aspects. One is just a point of clarification. Again, the entire route, if you were to get on at the Tri-Leisure Centre or vice versa, Heritage Park, and ride all the way through the loop and back to it, it is 40 minutes, but this does ensure that if you get on at any point on the route, you should only have about a 20-minute ride. Again, that was one of the key things that we were trying to do, is ensure that the actual time spent on the bus was minimized. Other aspects that we had looked at is that, say, for example, we took, similar to the Teal route, which takes the loop here on 44th and actually kind of came back through the center of town and then up Veterans. The only implication with that is the additional time it takes to travel into the middle of the city, even though it's not too much further, it did add additional time to it. So we were looking for more than a 45-minute route, as opposed to about approximately a 40-minute route we should be able to get with this design. I hope that addresses the question. If there's anything further, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plechko?
Not at this time. I'll save it for debate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. One more for clarification. As we've heard, the Route 560 has been mentioned several times, and doing a little bit of research on the 560, we'll understand there's a significant difference in the frequency, as Councillor Plechko led on to. In the morning time, from 5:43 to 8:25, the 560 runs anywhere from a 10 to 20 minute frequency. After 8:25 until 3:20 in the afternoon, it only actually runs at a 1 hour frequency. And then in the evening from 3:20 to 6:30, it runs at a 25-minute frequency. What I'm seeing in front of us proposed by administration does not reflect the fact that the frequency on that route is significantly higher in the evening and in the morning, and is significantly lower midday. We're suggesting that we run a 40-minute frequency consistently exactly the same in the morning, in the midday, and in the afternoon. And that, to me, does not line up. And the justifications that I'm hearing around that don't seem to make sense. I'm hearing that the ride time might be approximately 10 to 20 minutes, but what about the wait time? Because of the inability to have those two connections lined up properly if we don't have buses hitting that Tri-Leisure stop at approximately the same frequency of 560. So I'm hoping that administration can provide me a little bit of clarity as to how they anticipated this route lining up with the 560 to ensure that a resident, even though the ride might only be 10 or 20 minutes, isn't standing at the Tri-Leisure Centre waiting 20 to 30 minutes for a bus or more.
Okay. Thank you. General Manager?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie. So that's an excellent question. We have considered some of those factors when we were, I guess, doing some preliminary planning for the route and preliminary scheduling. I would like to point out that we've not done the detailed work, which would provide, an analysis on if we start here, we would get to there, and then the wait time would be this. I mean, we would have to work with Spruce Grove on some of those details. In the morning, as you suggested, there is a bus schedule, which is every 10 minutes. So that should significantly reduce the wait time for our patrons who arrive, because the maximum wait time would be 10 minutes. As you suggested, also in the afternoon, they have frequency of 25-minute arrivals. So again, we would do our best to have our bus schedule in that period line up as close as we can, so that the wait time is minimized and provides people get it back to their locations in the town within a reasonable wait. I guess what we're looking for today is direction to move forward on the planning, that we could work with Spruce Grove, because they're the transit experts that work with us, and we're going to rely on their knowledge and their understanding of weights and schedules, et cetera, and the times for stops, et cetera. So we are working very closely with them, and we are confident that we'll have a system that will make good sense for the residents of Stony Plain, and we're expecting to attract people from outside Stony Plain as well. I'm sure Parkland County patrons will use our park and ride option as well. So, especially if it works the way we hope it does, which would be with minimal wait times and a very efficient service that connects in well. So. I don't know if I answered the question, but I guess the details that you've suggested, we are thinking of them. We've done some temporary mock-ups and those types of things. Those details will be coming forward in the next few months as we work through the scheduling and come to an arrangements on the number of stops, where they'll be, and all the other details that the system will need in order to become efficient and put into place.
Okay. Thank you, General Manager. Councilor Laurie, any other questions before we move on?
No other questions of clarity. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councilor Meyer for the motion, please.
Yes, just a moment. Let me just read it exactly as is. That the Town Council direct administration to finalize details of transit in Stony Plain using the yellow hybrid route option.
Okay, thank you for the motion, Councilor Meyer. Okay, now I open the floor up for members of council to provide comment and debate. So the stuff that we're not supposed to say on the last section, when I asked for questions of clarity and understanding of the presentation, those questions and comments are readily welcome at this time. Okay, members of council, again, send me a text if you want to go ahead and provide comment to the motion on the floor, which is to accept the yellow hybrid route that is recommended by administration, and then allows them over the next year here until the end of December 2020 to finalize the route, to see where the bus stops are, and to synchronize our system with the Spruce Grove's commuter transit system. Members of council? Any other questions? Let's see. Okay, hold on a second. I'm getting some messages that our volume has gone down. Councillor Meyer's volume has gone down. Again, I think we have another technical issue, so if you can just hold on 1 second, please.
Just quickly, can everyone hear me?
Councillor Meyer, that is better. Can somebody check in? Can my recording secretary check in?
Your Worship, it's the town manager. I could certainly hear Councillor Meyer with his last comments.
Okay, thank you. So he has heard that. Councillor Meyer, if you can make the motion again.
Yep. No problem. The town council directed administration to finalize details for transit in Stony Plain using the yellow hybrid route option.
Okay, thank you very much. So members of council, now this is the time that you can now provide comments, arguments, and try to convince councilors if this is a good option or not. Okay, looking at my list, Councillor Laurie, you're first up.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I'd like to start by thanking administration for all the hard work that they have done to bring this forward today. But I will not be voting in favor of the proposed yellow transit route that is presented in front of us today, and I will provide a few comments on why. As you heard, a couple of the questions that I had were very specific in relation to the timing and how this was linking up. I've been fortunate over the last several months, well over a year, to be involved in the discussions with the RTSC for the regional transit. I've been following our transit survey report very closely and the tri-transit plan very closely over the last several months, several years. I think what I'm seeing here is unfortunately a result of trying to be all things to all people. And I think given that we're operating in a very limited capacity, we should actually be looking to focus on doing one thing and doing one thing well. And as we heard in the reports, the strongest amount of usage, the largest amount of usage, and the highest voice is that to be linked into the commuter system that is already in place in Spruce Grove into the city of Edmonton, which will also be our future for the RTSC. When I look at what we're proposing, we're looking at only hitting every fourth bus in the morning because the 560 runs at a 10-minute frequency and we'd be running at a 40-minute frequency. And then in the evening, we would be hitting every second, maybe every third bus. So what that means is we might actually end up in a situation where our residents may be very limited on the actual buses of the 560 route in which they may attend, which they may ride. We've also added back in a midday service, which when I looked at the desire for the midday service was more of a local ask than a commuter ask. And again, the midday service and what we were proposing does not line up. And yes, future work will be done to ensure those routes line up as best as possible. But the reality is approving this yellow route with midday service the way it is, the best we will get in the morning is a 40-minute frequency. The best we will get in the evening is a 40-minute frequency. And for the demands that we see in this system and the demands that we see for commuter ridership, I simply do not believe that provides adequate enough service. I would much rather us see taking the 9 hours that we have approved, distributing them with one bus operating for 3 hours in the morning peak, which would be 5:43 to 8:25 approximately, 3 hours in the evening peak from 3:20 to 6:30, and then having a supportive bus at the highest points within those peaks for 1.5 hours to reduce the frequency for a 50% of the peak time down to a 20-minute frequency from a 40-minute frequency. While I can respect and understand what administration has tried to accomplish with this route and having the route double itself back through the town, I think that has created inefficiencies rather than efficiencies. As I mentioned previously in my comments, if we treated this as a commuter route, we would start in the mornings by collecting from the eastern boundary of the town, from the western boundary of the town, moving east. And then in the evenings, we would reverse that and drop off in the west, moving east. And we would come back using the most effective route of transportation being Highway 16A. So I would urge my fellow councillors, as much as administration has put a lot of work into this, and I think that they have certainly provided a high level of detail, I would urge my fellow councillors not to adopt this motion and ask administration to go back and provide us with a commuter option that provides the most efficient service in the morning and in the evening. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Plechko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And again, I want to say thank you to administration. I think you put a lot of time and effort into it. I've heard a couple of conflicting things this evening that make me, at this point in time, I cannot support this. The first thing I heard was you'd work close to understand what the commuter service out of Spruce Grove looked like. And then I just heard the manager say that what he's looking for today is for us to point them in a direction that actually allows them to go back and work with Spruce Grove, that is the people that actually run the buses. So having said that, I think where we're at today is we're not starting a bus service till next year. We are looking at getting one that's efficient for our residents and can operate under efficient terms. And I think this is the best opportunity, and I would encourage all of my councillors to think the same way, that this is a great opportunity to have our administration go work with the people that they just told us are the people that are the professionals in the industry to come up with the best and most efficient route for our residents and the most cost effective for our residents in this time going forward. I think it's really important that we get this done right. And it's not about appeasing everybody, because we can't. If we did that, we would have the ultimate route that run through all our community. And today what we really need to do is we need to come up with a starter route, a route that ties efficiently to Spruce Grove to move our residents within that. And again, I think along the lines of Councillor Laurie, I had mentioned last time that I thought morning peak, evening peak, and a little bit of day stuff would be adequate to get a bus service going. So at this point in time, unless I can hear something different from all of my councillors today, I have a hard time supporting this route.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just getting my facts in order here. On hearing some of the questions from colleagues, I can understand where they're coming from, because these councillors are considering this to be.
Sorry. Councillor Bennett, can you hold on a second? You're just cutting in and out. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bennett. Start again.
Thank you. So in consideration of what my colleagues are saying, what they are suggesting is that this is a commuter bus route. When I think about that, that is presuming every town, all of the people who like to use this and need to use this bus route, have a vehicle to get them to Heritage Park. With the route that has been presented tonight, residents, 60% of our residents are within a 10-minute walk to one of the stops along the route that is presented tonight. To me, that makes more sense, because when you think about the route, how many people are along 44th, the population that we have in this area of town. For those people who do not have a vehicle to get them to Heritage Park, they're still stuck in Stony Plain. If they have a 10-minute walk to get to a bus stop, then they have the opportunity to be more mobile, to get to Spruce Grove, to get into the city, and also for those residents in Spruce and the city to be able to come out here, to work out here, perhaps at Westview. So to me, this is the best route, and it's a compromise for our residents. I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Okay, going on to my list of speakers. Councillor Laurie, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wish to make a clarifying comment in light of Councillor Bennett's comment. I am not proposing that the route itself in entirety is a poor route. I actually think that the route itself, coming along 44th Avenue, looping in through Old Town and going down to Heritage Park, is a very good route. What I am saying is that asking us to, at this point in time, approve midday service and I am asking administration to look at a one-way route instead of the route doubling back on itself, probably along the exact same line. So I just wanted to make that point of clarity. I'm not looking for administration to come back to us with a single stop park and ride style route. I am asking administration to axe the midday service, look at how they can make more efficient the morning and the evening service while still following approximately the same route. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do really appreciate the discussion that I'm hearing. First of all, I do really like this route in terms of achieving the objectives that our community has asked us to achieve, in terms of being able to allow people to move within the community, to a reasonable level, and also that it is a route that I would like to see, going forward in the future. But I do also very much agree with Councillor Palechko and Councillor Laurie talking about potentially having no midday initially, and then somehow being more efficient with the AM PM one way routes. That does make sense to me as well. I do think we must get people to Spruce Grove so that they can commute to Edmonton, and that to me is the highest priority thing, because that is the highest ridership at this point in time, and this build moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Appreciate the comments. Moving on to Councillor Loy, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and I'll be brief here. We do have to start somewhere, and I did say we have to analyze what we're doing as it goes along and make our adjustments. I believe that administration is reacting to the user feedback, which we're totally not all privy to. They do. They've put out the surveys. They met with people in 3 or 4 different locations, and they put a lot of time and effort into it. So I'm going to support them on this, and I'm good for this one. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Any other members of council with questions, comments, and debate? Okay, see nobody else has chimed in and texted me that they want to speak, so I will speak. I do like the process that administration has gone through. We went through a study with our tri-regional partners to look at what was going on. We also had a joint memorandum of understanding with them as well to create this. After we came back with 3 proposals that might satisfy that study and that report, based on the information and the feedback that we received from residents, survey participants online and through the email, the yellow option is what they came back with. Is it the best option? I don't know. Is it the worst option? I don't know. That's not my realm of expertise, and that shouldn't be council's realm of expertise. Deciding how many hours they need to run in the afternoon or in the morning or in the evening, that's not in our domain. Our domain is to say, yes, we want transit. Second one is to decide on a route, which then administration can go work and find out those timing routes, find out where these stops are going to be on that route, and how it's going to work. As mentioned, this is a small step in based on the dollars that council has approved for this budget. Right? This is not going to hit everybody's needs. As in the recommendation, the motion made forward by Councillor Meyer, this is a hybrid route. A route that combines what they heard most from our residents. Right? I was not at every single open house. I did not read every survey that came in. That is not what our role is. Our role is this a good option for us to start? If it is, then you vote in favor and we move on. If it's not, make a motion to change it or vote it down and then we start over again. Okay. With the work that's been going on for the last 2 years, the input that our residents have provided in this whole transit study, the transit routes, and the fact that council has reduced the budget for 2020 for the transit, limited the number of hours that we have to operate on, I believe this is the best option for us to start. Does that mean that this option, this yellow route, stays forever? No. I am 100% sure that once this gets operational, January 1st, if this does not work in the next couple of months, administration will see that and make the adjustments and provide an update for council. And throughout the budget conversations, if we need more funding to operate a better route, administration will come back to us at corporate plan. So I do not know busing, as well as maybe some of you other councillors do, that know how many hours it needs to be operated during the day and how many hours it needs to be operated in the afternoon. I don't have that expertise. I believe that our community is ready for transit, and I will support the motion on hand for the yellow route. Councillor Meyer, since you made the motion, I'll give you the opportunity to close.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think you put it very succinctly, and I would just again maybe also echo Councillor Loy's position. You know, starting somewhere and starting small is a good first step.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. And I will call the question. All in favor? Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Councillor Pletchko.
Opposed.
Councillor Laurie.
Opposed.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matties.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
I am in favor as well. That is carried. Okay. Thank you for the conversation, Council, and thank you for the great debate on that. As we continue on with our agenda, it is 9.3, the Tourism Master Plan. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe I'll ask Brendan Otto, General Manager of Strategic Services, to speak to this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead, General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, members of Council. Based on a recommendation from the Mayor's COVID-19 Task Force Economic Stream, administration has prepared for Council's consideration the advancement and development of a tourism master plan. In addition to the information provided in the agenda package on page 45 and 46, the plan would provide tourism destination development and marketing guidance for the next 5 years. The plan is proposed to be funded through both tourism budget reallocation due to certain funds no longer required as a result of COVID-19 health restrictions, as well as matching funding from the provincial government. The plan is proposed to be finalized by December 2020, and I would be happy to answer any questions if Council has any at this time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, General Manager, for your presentation. Again, so this is the time I open up for questions to the presenter on clarity of the presentation. Okay, we'll keep our comments and debate and kind of other stuff a little bit later on after I've accepted the motion. Does Council have any questions of clarity to the presenter? Okay, seeing none, then I'll move for a motion. Let me see, Councillor Loy, you have this one.
Yes, Your Worship, the Town Council approved the completion of the Tourism Master Plan in 2020.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Councillor Meyer, you're first up to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a statement prepared, but with our technical issues, I'm just going to kind of try and piece this together a little bit on the fly. But I will start with, can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay. Without a doubt, many businesses and groups will feel a decrease this year as a result of COVID-19. But a necessary virtue of being a business is the ability to find opportunity even in the most trying of times. As stated in the background information for this item, the task force recommends that the town begin work on this initiative immediately. There is a timeliness of this new tourism and it's not a tourism and marketing, it is the tourism master plan strategy that will necessarily address a different economic reality post COVID-19. But it should be also, sorry, I'm going to cut that part. I apologize, you guys. I had this. The idea that it is more necessary now than ever that we are stronger together has taken root. This is reflected in messages of support about the community, but that same sentiment can also be applied to this tourism master plan. There is a wider regional perspective to be considered. What our region can offer prospective visitors is far greater packaged collaboratively than what Stony Plain could alone. I would also like to mention that keeping an eye on the 10-year tourism strategy driven by the Travel Alberta, that we will support the development and sustainability of this province's tourism industry and lay the foundation to help achieve the Government of Alberta's bold vision to grow tourism revenue to $20 billion by 2030. We also have the potential to find synergies by aligning ourselves and with other larger efforts, like the Tourism Alberta effort I mentioned, maximizing our dollars and helping Alberta on its road to recovery. For this reasons, the tourism master plan that is being proposed this evening has the strong backing of the economic stream of the Mayor's COVID-19 task force.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. And move on to the next speaker in line is Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually had a question. The grant that we are applying for, $30,000 grant, has that already been accepted?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Administrative staff.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Bennett. Yes, the grant has been submitted. The application's been submitted. The funding was just recently awarded to us, and there will be further details coming from the province as far as an official announcement and the allocation of those funds. But we did have the acknowledgement from the provincial government to include them in tonight's presentation. So it was very timely.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Bennett?
I'll say, Mr. Mayor, that the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Development that is going to see us through this pandemic right now. I think they're doing a great job, and this is one of the areas that they are recommending for to see our economic development strengthen. So I think that the fact that we have a grant for it and it's something that will benefit us far down the line, it's a great motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next on the line is Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a concern that as I'm reading, it said the impact of the pandemic on the tourism industry in Stony Plain. It was stalled completely. Now, my question from that is, what do you suggest that this tourism master plan will do to prevent a complete stall again if COVID-19 returns or a serious economic downturn, for example, a W or an L shape transpires. And so I'd like your comments on how this will address that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
And I'd like
General
to follow
Manager?
up after. Thanks.
Sure. General Manager?
I think the comments, Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Mattis, I would like to acknowledge is that I think one of the things that we've certainly observed over the last 2 months under the restrictions that we've experienced is that many local businesses, both large and small, have made some significant adjustment in their operations in order to remain viable and relevant to both their existing customers and new customers. And I think one of the things that we're witnessing is that our business community and our entrepreneurs are very, very nimbly responding to what's happening. And I think that plans such as these going forward can really help to solidify how we can be more agile and anticipate more of these types of events occurring, and how businesses can be more open to positioning themselves to be prepared, as well as diversifying how they offer their services and products in order to maintain their operations under, any circumstance possible.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I thank you for those comments. And basically, what I'm asking is, are we going to be creating the opportunity for not only physical a presence, but also a virtual form of visitors in our community? And so that, of course, we've talked about technology and how critically important that is moving forward as we get into more of a smart technology age. And I think that's as important in tourism and ensuring that people have opportunities for, whether that is a virtual art exhibit or whether that's a virtual summer session. There are many people that would just, like to sit out on their patio with maybe some of the neighbors and watch it virtually, as many people would maybe enjoy going down as well. So just making sure that we're resilient through some maybe what could be a challenging economic time, but it could also be a challenging health situation moving forward.
That's good comments, Councillor Mattis. Well done. Moving on, Councillor Plechko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Very glad to see this come forward at this time. Well needed in economics that we're into. However, a question for administration is, how will you be directing the consulting firm to move this forward with us knowing very little about what is coming? And I'm wondering if there's a bit of a longer period of time that we need to be extending this, because the outlook is to change drastically over the next little bit with a lot of the things that are happening in our economy today.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Plechko. To the General Manager.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Plechko and all of Council, I think that's an excellent point in terms of, one of the challenges we've kind of have ourselves in at this moment is that we're trying to work through a strategy while still in recovery mode, still in the midst of many of the restrictions that we're under. So certainly as we scope out this project going forward and look to procure it, I think those are some of the things that we need to consider, kind of the timing and what level of expertise we're going to be needing and requiring, and also the input from our stakeholders as well. So there's a number of pieces within the scope of the project that we still need to look to determine and move forward with, and any adjustments that we need to make with the project, we would certainly bring back to council for an update with rationale behind it as well.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Plechko, anything else to add?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions and comments? Okay, I don't see anyone else chiming in that they wanted to speak. So yes, I will be supporting the motion at hand. It is good to see us accelerate the tourism master plan. I think if council has been following the corporate planning process. The tourism master plan was scheduled to be updated in 2021. So I think with this, with the CARES grant of getting $30,000, and then also receiving some dollars back from the chamber because they're not doing the visitor information center because it's closed down this time. That will allow us to get ready and get our community ready for the next wave when we come out of this pandemic. So again, to Councillor Meyer and to the task force, thank you very much for bringing this forward. Would you like to say anything? Okay. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
The Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
Thank you, and that's passed unanimously. And right now, where are we right now? We are at 9.4 and it is 8:30. So let's take another quick recess this time. 5 minutes, everybody, please. And if you come back, and then we'll just double check our audio and make sure our connections are working correctly. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to our council meeting. We're moving on to the next item on business items. Is 9.4 is the new library project. Go ahead, administration, with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask the General Manager of Community and Protective Services to outline the RFD in front of you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Members Council, for the opportunity to present this to you tonight. As Council is aware, the library is an important project and it was approved by Council in 2017 and has continued to remain a priority project for Council and the community since 2017. Project is a partnership between Town of Stony Plain Municipal Library, and Three Robins Active Living Community. Partnership is Town of Stony Plain and the library moving to the downtown core, and the Three Robins Active Living Community is the actual physical structure that the library will be placed in. Project will relocate the library from the Forest Green Plaza location to a higher profile downtown core. In addition to the town's rehab project that is currently underway in the Three Robins building, the library will further enhance the draw to our downtown core once the project is complete. The library board is eager to start their fundraising campaign in Q2 of 2020. Their commitment to raise funds for the project remains high and positive. They do recognize that COVID-19 may impact the speed of their fundraising, but this hasn't dampened their spirit for sure for the fundraising. The project currently is ready for tender and well positioned should the federal or provincial governments announce any stimulus funding in an effort to restart our local economies, or as we've become to realize the term shovel-ready projects. Administration's recommendation this evening will allow the project timelines to continue as projected. The recommendation will ensure the library is moved to its new location in 2020 and be well positioned to continue to provide service to our community as we continue to deal with the impacts of COVID-19. That's a quick overview in addition to the detail that's captured within the report. I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have related to the details of the report.
Thank you, General Manager. And before we go into details of the reports that council has read, I'm going to ask anybody has any questions of clarity from what the General Manager has just presented. Okay, see nobody has texted me that they wanted us to speak. Oh, Deputy Mayor, go ahead. You have a question of clarity and understanding?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question with regards to clarity and understanding. With regards to, this is on page 78 of 170. When I look at the expenses, the budget to projected, I see, for example, that there was an increase in the purchase of the new library space. That's reasonable given that we were looking at an extra 800 square feet or 5.7%. My question is primarily with regards to the tenant improvements, where the projected expenses are up 107% from budget. So when we look at, for example, the interior, the increase from mechanical is up 229% and the electrical is up 193%. Now, I'm sure there must be a good reason for this, and I'd appreciate if the general manager or administration could walk me through this project and explain why we were going to pay 4.49 million and now, I don't want to use the word we're pregnant, and we have to pay 6.3 million. So if somebody can explain.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Matties. Great question. The projected budget in 2017 for a square foot, based on projects that we had done in 2017, was $100 per square foot for a space of which at that time we didn't know the dimensions, the ceiling height, or any of that definite detail. So a lot of the projections that we were basing our number on were based on industry standard, which was similar to the library space that we currently have. So that was projected at about $100 a square foot. The new rate is $165 a square foot. The mechanical and electrical that you referenced, there is a substantial increase in mechanical and electrical due to the largeness of the space and the heights of the ceiling. It does require about $400,000 to $500,000 worth of mechanical electrical is within this new budget. So some things that have come to our attention once we got into the detailed design. Again, when we budgeted the project, we didn't have a detailed design on the particular library space, and the detailed design that has been developed. And I can assure you, it's not a budget that is at the higher end of a library construction. City of Calgary, as an example, is a very lavish library. This is a library standard that will meet the needs of our community for many years to come. Does that answer your question, Councillor Matthews?
Thank you, General Manager. Deputy Mayor?
If I may just follow up. So when this budget was set up, did we not have quotes provided to us by individuals that would be doing this type of work?
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor, sorry for calling you Councillor Matthews earlier. At that point, no, we had estimates based on projects that we had completed recently based on square footage. So we did not engage at that time in an architect to build and detail out the space that's been detailed for this particular project.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Okay, that explains, or at least it answers my question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And then for just information, as council looks at the proposed budget way back in 2017, was, again, that was based on what we knew of our library space and how we operated currently. And this did not consider the fact that the new library is almost 2 stories tall versus 1. So again, as the General Manager said, there is more things in terms of mechanical and electrical that needs to be done to make sure that there's proper airflow, circulation, and everything else, having a 2-story building with a mezzanine versus just a single-story building. Councillor Plechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration. Reviewing this, some questions that come to mind are some real obvious ones. I understand that there is a cost difference from $100 per square foot to $165 per square foot. But I'm wondering, in today's economic times, with what I've seen out there in many of the industries that I'm in right now, guys are begging for work, and the rates have come substantially down. Have we gone back out to tender this, or is this just 3 Robins that has come to us and has added up some more funding to finish the project? And that my concern would be that this should be back out to tender. This should be back out looking at what we can do to minimize some costs without compromising a beautiful structure like we have downtown.
Thank you. General Manager, is it provide any comments?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko, thank you for the question. Certainly, the project has not been tendered. In the report, we did mention that the numbers may come back more favorable than the 1.8 that's been estimated. The 1.8 is based on cost consulting from the architect who designed. So the total value of 1.8 is not related to 3 Robins or the construction company that is currently building that structure right now. The numbers from a cost consultant based on the design that has been detailed for that particular space. And again, once we do put it out to tender, that's when the 1.8 will either be confirmed or we'll know the true value of the space and what it might cost for us to improve that particular detailed design.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Plechko, answer your question.
Somewhat answers my question. Just a little bit of a follow-up to that then. So when we're seeing these projected costs, and I get they're projected. How do we get that so that we're a lot more accurate at what we're doing when we're giving open checkbooks for 1.8, and I just hear that, you know, them costs could be less. I suspect they could be more too, but I suspect in this time, from everything that I've seen out there today, projects the government's putting out, the costs that are associated are substantially less. And I'm wondering, have we looked at alternatives, which I didn't hear, for the project? So maybe something that would do the same job but cost less money. It's like a flooring project. You can get a $3 tile or a $6 tile, and sometimes you can get in between there a $3.50 or a $4 tile that does the same job that lasts as long as a $6 one and gives us the same look. So I'm just wondering, is this just a cost based on what a consultant has told us? And how are we to make a decision at extending funding to a project when we don't really know what the actual costs are?
Right. So, Councillor Pavechko, and that's a good question. But again, that is in the realm of when we actually get the whole design and go for tender. That's when they decide which flooring is, what the chandeliers are, what the bookshelves are, and the session sets are. We don't have that. We're giving them an envelope of money, saying, okay, this is what we want the project to be under as council has approved, because we're comfortable. This is very similar to the transit route that we just passed. You know, council gave them an envelope of money, said this is what we're willing to spend. You guys figure out how you best provide that service for us. Here again, this is the same question here, is like they're asking for an envelope. We say yes, that's the envelope that you can move in, and if they're under or over, they have to come back to council. Then that way, then they will do those checks and balances to say, okay, if we're using a $4 tile versus a $250 tile versus this, that's all done at the detailed stage and not here at the project stage. So unless we want to be the managers of this project, and that's not our realm, then that's a question that they can't answer at this point in time either. Does that provide some clarity of where we are at the stage? We're not at that stage yet, Councillor Pavechko.
I understand that, but again, you know, going forward, I think we need to be, the envelope of money is a tough one. When you think about a business, you have not an envelope of money. You look at actual what costs are, and you make presentations based on facts. Today, I find this very non-factual. This is, please hand me an envelope of money like you just described. And, you know, I think at the end of the day, to be very answersome to our residents in a time like this, we need to be more cautious as to what we're doing. I do get that they need to have some budget, and I can appreciate that. But again, I think there can be a lot more put into that, so we got a lot closer to the cost, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. And then if council is willing to do that, then council can make a motion to change that amount, similar to that we did to the golf course budget during the 2020 budget deliberations. We changed that envelope, and they had to work within that. So moving on, Councillor Laurie, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to administration for clarity purposes. There was 3 options provided, and option 3 is what is being recommended to council. And there's a level of unclarity here for me, because we're being asked to approve the additional funding for the difference between the 4.485 million and the 6.313 million, but it's not clear as to if there's an expectation of the library to essentially fundraise to cover these costs and return those MSI funds to the town to be put towards different projects. And this is essentially more of a security blanket than a budget increase. Whereas if they don't hit their fundraising goals, then they would rely on this. I guess I'm looking for a little more clarity from administration on that. Is this, you know, we are committing $1.8 million of MSI capital funding to this that is 100% will go towards this project? Or in addition to the potential of provincial shovel-ready project initiatives, is the library still going to be putting a fundraising effort forward that would potentially return these funds to the town? And then as a second question on that, is there any motivation or any level of security for the town to ensure that the library in good faith does put forward those efforts with the best intention, not necessarily relying that, hey, you know, as I guess you coined the phrase, we already received the envelope of money, so we can try, but if we don't get there, oh well.
Your worship, it's town manager. I'll make a few comments there, and then perhaps the general manager would like to add a little bit further to it. Just to be clear, what is being asked at this point in time is that the unallocated MSI that we have in the 2020 budget, so to speak, or was just not allocated yet, is being asked to, I think we use the term backstop. So what we really mean by that is if the you know, should the library fail to fundraise anything else, we would use the 1.8. A little bit further down the agenda, council's going to hear some stuff about some shovel-ready projects. If this was to receive any of that infrastructure stimulus funding, that would also lower the MSI commitment. Whatever it lowered it, that MSI would be open to other projects. Should over time the library go out there and raise further amounts, whether that's frankly a significant amount or a smaller amount, that would also come into the town and lower or reallocate the MSI funding that we're asking to be allocated to this project. And then I'll make one more comment, and perhaps again the general manager could add further if needed. What assurance do we have from the library that they will continue to work hard at fundraising, so to speak? I think at this point in time, we're operating in good faith with the library, expecting them to continue to do so when the time is maybe a little bit better for that. I don't believe, unless the general manager wants to correct me, that we have like a written formalized agreement that should they not raise X amount by X amount of time, they have to go to a bank loan of sorts or so on and so forth, which those types of agreements do occur sometimes in situations like this, but at this point in time, I don't believe we have one on the books. I'll leave it at that, and perhaps the general manager wants to add further.
Okay, thank you, town manager. General manager.
Your worship, the CAO summarized it very clearly, for sure. The ask is to backstop, for sure, and we have spoken with the library, and they're prepared and ready to launch their fundraising campaign. And I think we're all aware of the economic impacts of COVID-19 currently, and there is a risk with a fundraising campaign being launched in Q2 in 2020 related to this particular project. And administration felt in order to get this project and continue this project within the timelines that we had marked out, we had the availability of the MSI funding to backstop and continue the project and have it completed with the understanding that the fundraising would happen in parallel to the construction project.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie, anything else?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. To follow up on that, I guess as the general manager indicated with the COVID pandemic and the current situation that we're facing, I completely agree. I think it would make a fundraising effort at this time very hard, and it probably would be in the best thought to delay that. What I'm curious about, though, is with the construction proceeding and the potential opening of the library on December 1, I guess my question is, and maybe the library board representative might be able to answer this, is the intention to continue fundraising efforts after the library is physically open in the new space to try and, I guess, either recoup or build up to these construction costs, these additional costs that we're looking to backstop? And then as a second, I'm wondering if either the general manager or the CAO could provide us with some potential other projects that are not moving forward that could utilize that $1.8 million of unallocated MSI funding.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, if you're on. In the report, it says the library board completed a feasibility study in 2019, and the capacity for support of fundraising for this campaign was between $1.5 to $2 million. Since you are the representative on the library board, what are the library board's intentions of going forward in terms of fundraising?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to answer that. Are you getting feedback from me?
No, it's clear this time.
Okay, thanks. So since that feasibility study was done, we have progressed to the stage of having a campaign developer and going through the process of a timeline and certain check marks being taken care of throughout the fall as to exactly how we're going to conduct this campaign and the time it's going to take. The professional that we've hired is very confident that we can accomplish this. Everything has been delayed when it comes to getting a campaign manager, developing the plan. But I can report that our library board is very much on board with wanting to do this fundraising and contribute to this project. They are in full support of this project, and all of the board members have committed to being participants of the campaign. So this is not something that if we have this backstop of $1.8 million, the library board is going to say, okay, we're done then. That's not their attitude, and that's not the way they're going to conduct this business. So yes, they will be continuing this campaign. We're getting everything set in place in order to progress as quickly as we can. What this motion basically is, I don't think anything else is changing here, except do we want this project to be started and completed in 2020, or do we want it delayed? Personally, I would like to see it open at or about the same time as Three Robins. It's something that we've worked in partnership and collaboration with that building project. I think it's going to be a boost to the whole downtown. We're basing a lot of our planning, our strategic plans, on having that library done. And so basically, I think that's what it boils down to. Do you want it to be done and ready in 2020 as we projected, or are we going to delay it? The money, $1.8 million, to have it up front and ready because we have the tenders ready to go, is going to ensure that it'll be done in 2020.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. The town manager, for the question about MSI and projects.
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie and the rest of council. I don't know that I could say, like, top of my head, any projects, specifically. I would say, at any given point in time, frankly, we have, a lion's share of capital works, whether it's rehabilitations of roadways or rec centers or any other given capital project that would be included within the corporate plan or in the out years of the corporate plan. Typically, we're pretty good at having the current year and the next year capital projects funded, generally speaking, on paper before we get into the corporate planning process. But in the out years, there's obviously other projects that are awaiting funding. And further to that, though, I would also note, Council will recall, I believe a meeting or two ago, when we've pushed the cemetery project out of this current year into 2021. That also possibly has freed up MSI funding as well, in the event that if we were to have to match on shovel-ready projects or anything else, that there is some flexibility there as well. So I'll leave it at that, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councilor Laurie, that answer your two questions there? You had fundraising, payback, and other projects.
Yeah, it's close enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to Councilor Loy, you're next on the queue.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the comments there from the past three councillors and the general manager and the CAO, because they did answer the majority of my questions. But I'd like to think that this projected figure now, which is 187 or 1.827, is basically a fairly sound figure. I would think that they had to come up with these figures, whether it be interior services, or electrical, mechanical, based on a certain product. I'm really hoping, like as Councillor Palechico said, that when they go out to this, we want a good product, but does it have to be the best product? And maybe that 1,800,000, if we could shave some of that off and still be satisfied with what we've got, that will be the task that I guess would be Mr. Hill's issue there when they go out to tender. But other than that, yeah, it's going to be one of our downtown jewels, so I'm in favor.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment?
I can hear you, Carl.
Okay, go ahead, General Manager.
So just going back to Councillor Palechico's, some of the questions that he may have had, and just I think Councillor Loy just mentioned with respect to costing. So on a typical project, once the architect is hired and they come up with some conceptual or rough detail on a particular space, we get some Class A and B type costing, which is basically a square footage, or the industry right now is saying this is what it might cost to complete something like this envelope. Once we start to get into the detail, then we start to get into, once we get to 50% drawings, we might do a cost consulting engagement, which will more refine those costs. Then when we get to 85% of our detailed design, then we go out for a Class C costing. And the Class C costing is relatively the last costing that you'll get and the most accurate before you go to tender. So the 1.8 reflects that most accurate costing that we can have prior to tender. As I think, as we all know, with a construction project or a capital project of this nature, it's not until you go to tender that you get the exact price on the particular project. So the project numbers, certainly if they're over 1.8, then certainly we're looking to cut. The number was higher than 1.8, and we did go back and ask for some considerations to the design to lower the number. So we did go through that exercise, but the majority of this design is very modest, and we're not using carpet tiles that are, $200 a square foot. They're, in that lower $10 a square foot range. So we certainly haven't designed a library space that has risen the budget based on the product. The product is a good product. It's a product that will last a long time, and it's modest for our community. And I think that was taken into consideration with the architect when they detailed designed some of the specifications in the construction documents. That again, once we put it out to tender, that's when we'll understand 100% what the cost is, because then people are physically costing the specifications that are included in construction documents, and we get a hard number at that point.
Thank you, General Manager. And moving on next is the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a little concerned, actually. I have to be accountable to the citizens in this community, and it concerns me with regards to the library and a 41% increase. And, you know, I mean, if we just had an example, if I was going to buy a house at just over $700,000 and I had a 41% increase, it would be $1 million house. If I was buying a condo in this particular facility, if I had to buy it and my cost went up 41%, you know, what's changed is $1.8 million has changed based on what we were originally presented with. What I would like, and this is concerned, like, for example, if we talk about a recreation center down the road, is this how we do this? Do we just kind of estimate and then the real numbers come out afterwards? So what I would like to ask is, can we possibly identify a closer range as to what this potential cost is? I do not feel comfortable at all tonight approving $1.827 million out of the municipal sustainability grant to move this forward. I would like to have this postponed. I'd like to make a motion to have this postponed for two things. Number one, that I could get a more accurate information as to the cost in this economic environment. And secondly, I'd like to be a little clear. I did a bit of research with regards to fundraising, and there is definitely ways we need to be doing things moving forward to change our fundraising. Again, technology and through different means than maybe what we have traditionally done in the past, and kind of what we would be expecting. And I think it would probably be $1 million as opposed to maybe $1.5 million. So I just don't feel I have enough information, and I don't think it hurts to delay this a little bit until we get a little bit better information.
Okay. That's good comments, Deputy Mayor. So I think the General Manager's always said this is the closest estimate that we can get at the current stage we're at. So they have to continue to do the more detailed designs before we get a closer, accurate budgeting. And this is not $1.8 million from us to the library. As Councillor Bennett has answered the question from Councillor Laurie, that this is the backstop of it because they cannot fundraise at this moment in time. So the full intention is for the library to fundraise this amount of money. So the question here, from what I heard from Councillor Bennett, is like, do we want to keep our original timeframes? If we do, then we need to backstop it so that we can have this money so that they can complete the project on time, or we say no, and then we just let it sit there until the library has raised their $1.5 to $2 million, and then they can go complete the project at that point in time. And in terms of fundraising, we don't control that. It is for them. We can provide our comments to our representative, and then she can take that back to her board, and then they can decide. The town does not do the fundraising for them.
If I could just comment back, there are many organizations that are fundraising today and making money, doing different things, connecting with top funders, going to, using virtual events, doing things like, basically old-fashioned way, mailing things out, asking people for new initiatives and how they're going to fundraise. I'm not sure why it is that we can't be fundraising at this point, why we couldn't be doing it back in January. So I'm not sure about that. But secondly, I cannot support this tonight because I just feel that I do not have sufficient information to do that.
Okay. Okay, and that's good. And then that's a conversation for council to debate in a little while. We're just trying to get some clarity of the answers coming forward to why this motion is coming forward. I think I have not yet accepted the motion yet from anybody. So we're just asking clarity. So I need you guys to keep your comments to clarity. Just understand quick understanding of what was presented, and then if you want to make those comments later, we'll go into the debate later, because this is dragging on a little too far. So that's my apologies, Council, that I have not been trying to keep everybody on task. Okay, so questions of clarity from the presentation that was presented by the General Manager Hill. Okay, Councillor Bennett, you are next on the speaking line. Do you have questions for clarity?
No, Mr. Mayor, I indicated that I had a comment when we got to the discussion portion. And basically, my comments have already been addressed with Councillor Laurie's question.
Okay. So okay,
no questions right now.
Okay, so thank you. So next on the list is Councillor Laurie. You have a question of clarity and understanding.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, sorry, I do have one more question of clarity and understanding that has kind of came about as the conversation goes. We've talked many times tonight about the different decision points and the different times, and the General Manager brought up a good comment and request to the Class A, Class B, Class C costings. I guess I have a question of clarity to administration. Looking at the timeline, the tender documents are essentially ready to go out. They should be going out essentially within a week, with the tender review happening on June 15th to 19th and the award of the tender the week of June 22nd to 26th. I guess my question is, there was already an approved budget for the library. And even though, yes, at this point in time, there is a known fact that the RFP responses will likely exceed the budget, why are we being asked to approve a budget increase today when we could still move forward to an RFP, receive our RFP responses back, and have an actual number to present to council at the June 22nd council meeting, in which we could then make an accurate and informed decision on? I guess I'm kind of confused why we have this middle step. We know that projects need to come back to council if they exceed the approved budget, but because we still don't know the actual number, we could, in theory, approve this tonight and then have to come back on the 22nd to approve it again. So why are we debating and discussing this tonight versus the 22nd after the tender's responses are received?
Right, thank you. Well, after the review is, thank you, Councillor. That was a good question, because I had that written down as well, based on the timelines that they have. Does the administration have a comment regarding why that needs to be approval today versus approval after the tender review, which is scheduled from June 15th to the 19th?
Yeah, Your Worship, I can comment on that. Essentially, the answer would be because we realized that this was going to be substantially over budget. So, I mean, in good faith, going out to the construction community with a project that essentially has, almost not very much budget room on it. The idea was to come in, get the approval to go ahead, do the tenders. If they're over, then that comes back to council. If they're exactly that number, then it's approved. If it's less, we report that to council subsequent to the tender being awarded. So yeah, it could be done in a different way. Chose to do it this way to get some certainty one way or the other, and try to move it along.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Councillor, does that answer your question?
It does, Your Worship, but I guess I'm still wondering why we wouldn't just, and again, we're not at the motion as of yet, but why we wouldn't move forward with motion 1 and defer motion 2 until after we receive the tender responses.
Yeah, and I'll add to the comment and debate later on, because I think I understand basically just what I just heard from the town manager of the reasoning why that this is coming forward, but we'll talk about that during our actual discussion and debate on the motion. Okay. Any other questions of clarity and understanding? Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you to administration. As I read this, I do notice a point about a larger space, and if administration could just remind me, was the original design projected to have this mezzanine? Were we always looking at that, and we just kind of underestimated the cost there, or was it sort of a larger possibility that brought us to that, and then you know, the corresponding need for the larger utility sort of you know, what do you want to call it, the electrical and the mechanical services?
Okay, thank you, Councilor Meyer, and that's a good question. Administration?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer. So just get a bit of background on this project. So this project is a unique project in terms of the town of Stony Plain didn't come forward to council with would like to build a brand new library in the downtown core. We had a developer come to us and petition that they were, or sorry, ask us if they could buy some land from us so that they could build a seniors facility in our downtown core, residential facility in our downtown core. At that time, we looked at it as a unique opportunity to potentially take the library and buy some space, and that was presented to us as an option also. So the first developer that came to the town of Stony Plain and provided us with that option basically said, we can give you 14,000 square feet. You could put a library in there. Here's what the cost implication could be on that 14,000 square feet. And the document or the agreement basically said, once the facility was built, we would true up the 14,000 square feet. So we understood 14,000 square feet. Once the building was built, there was an extra 800 square feet to the building. The mezzanine is not the town of Stony Plains. The mezzanine is 3 Robins. What the mezzanine does and how it impacts the library space is half of the second floor is mezzanine, which is 3 Robins, and the other half is open space, which is the libraries. So the ceiling space is higher in the library space based on the design of the building, and that's part of the implication to the design of the library. A typical project that we would do for the town of Stony Plain, and Councillor Matty's referenced the rec facility project. That particular project and every other project that we do, we bring it forward to council as the rec project as an example is something that council would like us to bring to Stony Plain. We have yet to settle on the design of what we're proposing to bring to Stony Plain for a rec facility, but once we do settle on that particular facility in that space, then we go to detailed design, and once we get to the detailed design, that tells us exactly how much it's going to cost to construct that project, which we would then bring back to council as the overall budget. So using this as an example, if we had started from day one as we were going to build a library downtown and didn't have the unique opportunity of the developer, we would go from step 1 all the way through to what we're at right now. Let's call it step 10. With this particular project, we were dealing with step 4 and 5 before we dealt with step 1. So it's a different project. It's a unique project. It was a unique opportunity for our community that we took advantage of, and the project details were done in 2019, and that's given us the cost that we're projecting and showing council this evening.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe we'll go back to administrative staff regarding the tendering and having some kind of an envelope so that staff can work around. Town manager?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in and amongst the discussion, I think our General Manager of Corporate Services has some comments to make regarding project tendering and the legality of that. So I'll just ask her to comment, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to council. I just wanted to clarify when the questions were being asked about not approving the dollars tonight. I guess the best practice would be that those dollars are approved as we head into the tender, because as we enter into those tender documents, they do become sort of legally binding. And so we would, typically have the dollars approved so that can move forward on awarding the tender. if we were to not have a council approval and not award that tender after it's issued to the public, it could become a legal issue at that point. So just wanted council to be aware of that, and that's a part of the ordering of why this was done this way as well.
Okay, thank you very much, General Manager. Okay, any more questions of clarity or understanding before we move the motion so we can debate it? Okay, Council Pleshko, question for clarity?
Yes, question for clarity. Regarding the last comment that Ann just made, can we not put a disclaimer in that tender package that not necessarily the lowest or any tender will be awarded and avoid what you just talked about? I see it on many, many, many tenders. I'm just wondering if there is something that we can put in there so that we can actually decide on this tonight.
Okay, so the question to administration staff is, in our tender processes, do we have a clause in there that says that, you know, just because you're the low bid doesn't mean that you'll win the project?
I guess my point was around that if the tender is put out to the public, it needs to be awarded. And so I think, you know, we hope and predict that the budget could come in under, but we know administratively that we will need more dollars than are currently allocated to award. So that's the challenge administratively.
Your Worship, I would add a little bit further to that too. So, tenders of these size, come with substantial legal clarification in it, and I'm sure there would be force majeure, aspects. I would expect that all of ours would have some form of any and all, need not be accepted sort of clauses. So to answer Councillor Plestro's question directly, I would expect that all of our tenders have those sorts of clauses in there. I think what the General Manager was pointing out, and what I would concur with, is that it's a risk factor in that when you're tendering a project that again, part of being in the public sector, part of being on a public body, that we clearly do not have the budget for, and then in the event that we chose not to award, we could be, you could look at that as, were we acting in good faith when we asked these people to do all the work to submit these things and so on and so forth. I mean, it could be called into question, I guess, is the point we were making, and we would have to review that, defend it, so on and so forth. I'll leave it at that, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, General Manager and Town Manager. So let's just accept the motion here so that we can actually debate it, and then we can move forward on a vote. Councillor Plechko, you were the last one to speak for questions of clarity, so go ahead and make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the new Municipal Library Project Report for information and approve 1.827164 of Municipal Sustainability Initiative grant funding to complete the new Municipal Library project in 2020.
Thank you, Councillor Plechko. Okay, we just had a presentation from the General Manager of Community and Protective Services. We had some questions of clarifying information. We also had a little bit of discussion and debate in that as well. So let's open the floor for any questions and comments regarding the motion on hand, and then why Council should or should not approve the motion. Okay. Deputy Mayor, you have the first question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question for administration. Would we not be able to go out and get a quote for mechanical, a quote for electrical, just to get a better confirmation as to what we might be looking at moving forward? I just feel that I would like to have a clear understanding of what the potential cost of this is, as opposed to the 1.827 million that is in front of me right now.
Thank you. So, administration, are we the general contractors or subcontractors of this, or how do we get the projected numbers or the budget numbers for this project?
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor Matties. Cost consulting is how we would get the number. We would hire a cost consultant, and the cost consultant would look at the detailed design or the construction documents, which we have right now, and they would, based on industry standard, give us a costing, which is the 1.8 that we have currently. That was completed in January of this year. If we were the general contractor of this particular job and doing it ourselves and managing the project ourselves, then certainly the next step would be to go out to the different sub trades and get some finalized costing on that, and then we would manage the project ourselves. We don't have the capacity or the expertise in-house with the town of Stony Plain or the time to manage a project of this nature. So typically we would take a project like this and we would tender it out, and a general manager, forgetting the term here. Anyway, a general contractor would come in and they would be responsible to go and get those sub trades and the costing. And part of the tender process is they then go out to their sub trades and they get costing from themselves, and that's what helps generate the tender that is submitted back to the town of Stony Plain, which gives us the opportunity to look through the tenders and go through our different evaluation criteria, and then finally pick and award general contractor.
Okay. So Deputy Mayor, so the numbers that are presented for us is accurate based on a cost consultant as of January 2020. Okay. Any follow-up questions, Councillor Matties?
Yes, please. So then what you're saying is that 1.8 million is pretty accurate.
General Manager?
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor Matties, from our perspective and through the typical processes and channels that we do take, that cost consulting is as accurate as we believe we can get. You could certainly pay money to have another cost consulting done, and you may or may not improve that number. But you're still paying a cost, and so it's an added cost to the project to confirm that number. But we're very confident based on the design and the detail of the documents and the construction ready documents and the cost consulting that was completed in that first quarter, that the number is fairly accurate.
Your worship, it's town manager. Just make a quick comment. The one thing that administratively, excuse me, we're not, we wouldn't be able to say accurately is and I believe one of the council members alluded to it earlier in the question and answer, is just the impacts on these tender prices of COVID-19, and has that pushed prices down, or will it push costs down, or have them level off, or have them increase? That's the unknown we have at this point in time.
All right, thank you for that. And then the known is when we actually go for tender and people are starting to put the bids together and saying this is how much it will cost to do what you want on your detailed designs. Okay, moving forward, Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make a general comment. My one concern with what we're doing here today is you're actually going out, this is all public, and we're talking about an additional $1,827,164 that we're telling the contractors that we have available to them. It's just an open checkbook to tell them that they can come within them numbers and give us something that's fair and equitable to that aspect of it. We had a budget prior to this. The budget may exceed that. We know that as councillors, and I'm just wondering why we would want to do that. I can kind of understand what I've heard tonight, portions of it, but working with tender packages every day, I can tell you when I go out to tender something and I see something coming in that's requested of me, I go back and I look through their council packages to see what they have for budgets. And usually that's the numbers we get close to or use to evaluate what we're going to make the presentation to them too. So when I see these kind of things, it kind of gets me a little bit concerned about what we're telling people that we can or can't do. And I see every day on the APC site, which is where most of this stuff comes out, not awarded, not awarded, not awarded, not awarded, not awarded. There is multiple today not awarded, and a lot of it is because of costs of things. So approving a $1.8 million budget as an extension over and above, I really would have liked to seen the tender out, come back and said, hey guys, you know what, here's where we need to be. Then I would have felt a lot better about giving an additional amount of money.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Moving on, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you. Is that better? I'm just curious, looking at option number 2, the wait for shovel-ready announcement, do we have any legal obligation, because I realize that might result in a delay, do we have any legal obligation with 3 Robins to open the library at any given time? I'll just stop and listen.
Okay. I think, Councillor Meyer, I think that question is no. We have no legal obligation to open at the same time as 3 Robins. I think the overall timeline was to open similar to the same time frame. And as Councillor Bennett has mentioned earlier, that this backstopping is so that the project can stay on that timeline. And then once the library board figure out how they're going to do fundraising and etc. As mentioned by Councillor Matties, that there's different ways of fundraising, and that's for the board to decide. And then once that board has decided how they're doing that, Councillor Bennett has mentioned a few times that the board intends to fully repay this and do the $1.5 to $2 million fundraising that they're planning to do. This is not that we give them the money and they walk away and they say, thank you, we're not going to do any fundraising anymore. So
if I could just respond to that, I appreciate. Yes, I was listening to the debate as well. I'm just drawn to this last line in the 4th paragraph that finishes. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has had a tremendous impact on the global economy and our local economy. There is a great risk the library's fundraising campaign may not achieve the projected goal, or may take substantially longer to achieve. And I don't doubt the libraries wanting to do it. I doubt the, like stated in this, global economy, local economy has taken a big hit. Will we be able to achieve that? So thinking sort of, what's the word, plan B, makes me think, well, where else can we source or get our hands on some money? And that makes me turn to option 2. I'm sure that's probably why administration even put it out there.
Okay. That's a good comment too, Councillor Meyer. And I was actually waiting to finish this conversation, have a debate with members of council. Like, if this goes through and council does decide to backstop it, then is there an agreement with the library foundation, the board, that they do pay that back? So it could be 5 years, 10, it doesn't really matter if it's going to be 20 years, but the agreement is that they do pay that back for that thing. So it doesn't matter if it's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, they are going to pay that back. So that's something that we need to talk about, and that's, I had this written down here that I was going to ask Councillor Bennett about a little bit later on, is the ability or the agreement. She was saying that the library wholeheartedly wants to pay this back and do the fundraising, so it may be just an agreement with the library board. Okay, next on the list, going forward, does anybody else have any questions? Then down to here, Councillor Lang, Councillor Meyer's done. So Councillor Bennett, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just start off by kind of adding to what you just said. Mr. Mayor, that the library board has not really seen or talked about this option. Not yet. We were given this report as part of the public agenda package, and so they has now read it. So it's not like the library board discussed this, and if they didn't say if town will do this, then we promise to do that. You know what I mean? We haven't really discussed this yet. I just know numbers and the progress that we make on this is what's important here. Mr. Mayor, I'll get on my high horse here and talk about the library a bit and what they've done through this whole pandemic and crisis in supporting our community and the lengths they have gone to provide services for our residents. And our library is doing that right now in the facility that they have. They've always done a great job. But this new facility and the needs that our community is going to have post-COVID-19 is where the library will step up and really provide extra services to our residents. So for me to say that this project be completed in 2020, I think is of the utmost importance. It is it's the cornerstone of our economic development going forward. I can't enough how important it is to get on through to inflation. Again, I'll say $1.827 million. It is a lot of money, but it's not coming straight from our tax base. It's from our MSI. It's money that has been made available. I just can't stress enough how important this is that this library progress at the rate that it needs to progress. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Bennett. I have a question for administrative staff. There's a lot of talk about the projected numbers and how to get a more accurate amount that goes in there. So looking at the timelines and also what Councillor Laurie said earlier, is it possible that we approve the motion, one, to accept for information, and then approve motion two without a dollar figure? And that dollar figure, for example, let me just look at where I am here. So so again, Town Council will accept the new municipal library project for information. And then two is that Council approves using the municipal Stony grant to complete the library project with dollars to be committed at the June 22nd Council meeting. At that time, looking at the timeline projections, the tenders will be out. We'll have a very, very accurate number of what the cost is to do this. Based on what the general manager said, this is the best cost analysis that we have through a consultant for January 2020. The economy has changed substantially since January 2020. Maybe the cost is lower than what was estimated back then, or it might be even higher because you can't get the raw materials in. I don't know that. But to administration, can we do that? And then instead of approving a dollar figure, but we just approve in principle of using the MSI grant funding to complete the municipal library project in 2020, and then the exact dollars coming back at the June 22nd meeting. So again, then council gets to see the number that's more accurate. That's after it's been tendered out. Town manager.
Your worship, I'd almost have to think for a second on that. First of all, I can, I'm looking at the timeline as well, and I'm sure the general manager can talk a little bit further to that if need be. But we would probably have to run a pretty tight from here to the council meeting. You got to, again, can't remember the actual date of the upcoming council meeting is where we're at there. But again, we're typically, we're writing our reports a week in advance too. We would, so the 20, council meeting on the 22nd. So, we would have to get that report in halfway through that week of June 15th. They can be a little bit later, but as council's well aware, you get those on Thursdays, we can do our best to do that. But, I'll be straight and frank, I guess, Your Worship and the rest of council. There's been a few different concerns, I guess, brought up by some of council members, but I'm not sure how that solves the concerns that are being brought forward by council. Like, if I can be straight, I'll take a liberty here and be straight. If there's a problem that the price is too high, we might find that out later on, or we might. If it comes back in at 1.8, is that just going to be awarded at 1.8 or 1.9 or 1.4? What we're trying to do here is say this is what we believe to be the most accurate estimate that we can give you at this point in time. We want to go out to tender and keep this moving along. Even if you look at the budget in front of you, or the estimates, if you want to call them that, a lot of those are the fairly large numbers in the mechanical and HVAC and so on and so forth, as opposed to some of the smaller stuff. But Your Worship, again, obviously the purview of council, the motion is what it is because that's what we feel is the best way to go about this. Should council see otherwise? That's council's prerogative, and as it always is. I don't know what the benefit, I guess, would be. We're going to find out that number on June 15th, one way or the other, if we tender it. It's either going to be under 1.8, right on it, or a little bit over. And to me, it seems like an extra step in the process that I don't know if it actually solves some of the concerns that some of the council members have. I'll stop there, Your Worship. But again, as always, council's prerogative.
That's right. And I think this is just the way that municipalities have to do business. Like, we have to be upfront and transparent with the dollars that we're putting forward. And that's why we approve the corporate plan back in December, right, of the dollars that we want to spend in each budget. So we have little budget folders for each area, and then we do a little bit of kind of fine tuning and spring adjustment when we see the assessment numbers come in, and then we have to pass the tax rate that we just did today so that we can carry on those things. So I know I've been talking to a lot of people. I don't see another way of not showing our numbers. Like, we have to say so that we know how much we can budget our taxes for. Okay, so this is an extra step if we don't approve a number to that. Okay, so let's go there. Any other questions and comments regarding this? We're actually going to finish this and take a break and then have everybody connect, because I think I'm hearing some breakup through Councillor Bennett's conversation, and also then through Councillor Meyer's conversation earlier that there are people breaking in and out. Okay. Councillor Meyer?
Thank you. I just would like to maybe turn the conversation back a little ways, and this motion as it sits now doesn't speak anything to, and now I just want to be careful that we don't go over the same thing we've already discussed. I appreciate that the library wants to raise these funds, but this motion, and I know we kind of kicked around the idea there of some kind of guarantee. Now, is that something that we, sorry everybody, I keep flipping my mic up. Can you hear me now? So what I was saying is I'd like to try and go back to the conversation earlier. We had been kind of kicking around the idea earlier about maybe, and like I say, I realize the library wants to raise these funds, but we had kicked around the idea of possibly getting some kind of guarantee from them. Is that something that we have done with other groups? Is that a possibility here? Just curious.
Okay. Thank you, administration. Have we done backstopping of other projects?
Yeah, your worship, the town does get into this sort of a situation from time to time, whether it's on a project that the town would be the lead on or is a major town project, but some money coming in from different user groups and so on and so forth. So that's, I would say it's a fairly common approach at the municipal level from different communities. Just further though to Councillor Meyer's question regarding can you get into agreements with in this case a community group, user group, whatever label you want to attach to it. The answer to that is yes. There are examples of what would be considered essentially binding contracts between a municipal government and a user group of sorts that says you shall raise this month, you make this contribution, so on and so forth. They can have timelines on them, they can have dollar amounts on them. It's understood that everybody's acting in good faith and they're doing everything they can to stick to it. So those also are, I would say, relatively common, in situations sort of like this. And I think just to be clear, no, we haven't taken that step. But again, that's that speaks to the overall cost projection. If council has a concern that this 1.8 is just too much, so to speak, and they want more certainty as to that money being repaid, you could go to the library board, and I believe, as Councillor Bennett has indicated, they're more than willing. They want to do this and all that sort of stuff. But if council was seeking more certainty on that, you would take the next step and try to agree to some form of a contract that would lock that in with some more strength. I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Okay, so I've heard a lot of conversation and discussion around this, and I think council is supportive of the new library project going forward. I think what council is kind of not too sure about is that an accurate dollar? I don't know. But what the general manager has told us, that number is based on the cost consultant that we hired somebody to do. And those numbers are based on January 2020 numbers. Is anybody here that's a consultant that knows numbers that can say that is incorrect? I can't. So I think I'll give you guys a couple of seconds to chime in if you guys want to make motions to amend, change, or whatever to this. If not, then I'm going to call the question so we can move on. Because right now, I have not yet even asked anybody to make the motion yet, have I? Councillor Meyer? I don't think I have made a motion, so I don't have nothing written down.
Your Worship.
I made that motion.
Yeah, I believe there is a motion on the floor, correct?
There is,
that is correct. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, because I remember that you were the last person to make a comment for clarity. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Meyer would like to make a motion to amend. Councillor Meyer, do you want to float that by first?
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship, and I wouldn't mind some help from administration just on clarity in wording this, but I would like to make an amendment to this motion stipulating that administration go and ask for, oh look, they're typing it as we go, that administration go and seek, I guess, a guarantee from the library that they will, now this is where I might need some help here, because I don't want to lock, well, that, okay, yes, we do. That's what we want to do. We want to lock them into fundraising the amount that we approve to backstop them for.
So Councillor Myers, so then your amendment would we add maybe a point 3 to that is that we accept for information, we approve the budget, and number 3 is that we confirm with the library that they will do the fundraising for the project.
Yes. Well, I guess we already know that they're going to fundraise for the project. I guess what I'm really actually seeking is that this becomes a backstop and not a straight up additional dollars. So I guess we'd have to be a little bit more firm than that, and we would have to approve the 1.827 million with the stipulation that the funds will be repaid through fundraising.
Okay, so the amendment will be, number 3 was, from I understand what you want to say, is that stipulation number 3 was that the library board will fundraise at minimum 1.827164.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So they can raise more. They can raise $5 million if they want, but at minimum is the 1.82764.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, administrative staff. Did you capture that? So if you can put it on the board so that we can see it, is that the amendment that we'll debate is item 3. It says that the library board will fundraise at least $1,827,164. So thank you. You have to mute your mic. Mute.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
Okay, with that amendment is on the board. So as a council, we're just going to debate the amendment, which Councillor Meyer has put on, is that the library board will fundraise at least $1.8 million to cover the backstop that we're using through the MSI. Okay, members of council, I'll open the floor. Councillor Bennett, you're first to go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think by putting this number on, we've already talked that it might not be as much as 1.827164. And so when you put the direct number on there, it indicates that that's the amount that we will fundraise, or that the library board will fundraise when we don't have the tender to know exactly how much we're going to need.
Okay, so that might be just the thing. Maybe that might be just that the library continues to fundraise. I'm not too sure. Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Well, I guess this is kind of to the same point earlier, which is we don't know exactly what the estimates are. I would accept a friendly amendment or stating that the board will fundraise the funds that to the same level that we backstop. So if it does wind up being 1.4, then that's all we're really asking them.
Have to mute.
Sorry.
Okay, so that the motion can be changed that the library board will fundraise the amount of money that the town has backstopped. So then it gets rid of that dollar amount. Councillor Meyer, is that? Okay, so that's acceptable, friendly amendment. Councillor Bennett, is that what you were kind of referring to?
Yes, that makes me a little bit more comfortable. I don't really think we need this motion at all, but I won't, yeah, I don't think we need this motion, but taking away that dollar amount does make me feel a little bit better.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Plechko, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just a bit of a concern here that we're tying the library's hands a little bit. We're assuming that they may want to do this. Let's keep in mind today that there's a lot of things that are changing out there. And I believe I've heard numerous times that fundraising over the next 10 years may be very difficult for organizations. It may be shorter, it may be longer, but we're coming out of a very bad time, and we're expecting a library not only to make our community better and help our people in the community, but in the back of their minds are going to have a worrisome at the end of the day for 1 point, whatever that number, magic number becomes. I'm not sure that, we have no timeline in this. Are we going to leave this open-ended? Is this going to be a short-term thing? Is it a long-term thing? And do we really want to, I'll put this out to Councillor Bennett, does the library really want to be in a precarious situation where we're trying to have them look after our community and yet worry about something that we put in place that we could really put in place without having them to worry, knowing that this organization is good for doing what is best for the community. And I suspect they know that that $1.8 million would be very well used within the community, and it helped them to move forward and can be used on other projects. So I'm just a little concerned with us tying the library board's hands.
Okay, that was good comments, Councillor Plechko. Councillor Laurie on the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, no, I'll try and be quick. Simply, I don't support the amendment. I don't think we need it in there at all. I look at a couple of different facets. I think we've already heard from Councillor Bennett that the library board intends to continue on their fundraising efforts, and I think putting a cap on, or putting a target on that, which we are committing them to achieving, could make that a very difficult process. And again, if we're going to commit a certain dollar value, well, are we going to commit a certain timeline and when we want that dollar value back? Or are we saying that the library can take 100 years to bring that dollar value back? As you mentioned, this isn't impacting our tax base. We have the access through unallocated MSI funds. We don't know what these potential shovel-ready projects might look like from the province, if we'll see any support there. I just don't think that this needs to be in there. The library's already committed to doing fundraising. I think we let them take their initiative and do it to the best of their abilities, and hopefully it combined with any other funding efforts, combined with the competitiveness of the market, given what we're facing in our economic conditions, makes a positive outcome no matter what. I don't support this being in there at all.
Thank you. Councillor Lloyd, just on the amendment only, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The last two councillors mentioned no timeline, and that's the thing that bothers me about it. If it's 10 years, that's $180,000 per year that they would have to come up with, or whatever that figure would be. Ultimately, we end up supporting them to start off with. Yeah, I don't like the fact there's no timeline.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Loy. Councillor, oh, next thing on the list is Deputy Mayor Matties. I think you said you'll have a friendly amendment. Do you want to speak to that amendment? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two things. First of all, I would like to suggest having two separate motions, one to accept for information, and the second one is to deal with the approval of the MSI funding. Because to me, it's two separate issues that we're approving. And then with regards to not having three, but just saying approve required MSI up to and you could put the amount in up to that amount so that the library project can be completed in 2020. I just don't like the number put in there as to approve that amount, but I wouldn't mind saying up to that amount or whatever, just so that it's basically saying that we're not saying that's the amount, right? That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We can address that after we've decided on Councillor Meyer's amendment. Do you have anything to say about Councillor Meyer's amendment?
That was what I was saying. So basically, it's that number 3 shouldn't be there. I don't support that, but I do suggest that if we change the wording of 2 by just getting rid of the dollar value or saying up to, then that would. Okay.
Yeah, we can do that after, but let's deal with Councillor Myers first, and then after that, as either passed or defeated, then we can then you can make. I'll come back to you, and then you can maybe add the words up to.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, I don't agree with putting 3 in. Exactly.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. You know what? I think I understand the concept of this, because the library board has committed to doing the fundraising effort to help the library, and through the reports that they have done themselves is 1.5 to 2 million is the ability that they can raise, and definitely not outlandish numbers. There's no timeline on this. I think Councillor Bennett has made it clear that the library does want to do this. I'll tend to not support this motion. I don't think we need to tie the hands of the library board. They do many great things in our community to help support our community. I think they will be good for it, so I won't support the motion. Okay, Councillor Meyer, since this is your amendment, why don't you go ahead and speak to it?
Thank you. And I will close just by saying the point of this amendment is simply to guarantee that what we are providing is a backstop and not further funding. Having listened to the debate from my fellow councillors, I was receiving, or I thought I was perceiving an uncomfortableness with the dollar figure. This amendment was an attempt to make us okay with that. What I am hearing is basically we are okay with the number. And I would like to also just stress that I don't assume anything about the library. I very much appreciate their efforts in our community, and I think I've said several times I totally expect that they do want to make this fundraising. I was merely trying to create, yes, an obligation, and I thought that would further the rest of this motion along. But having listened to the rest of my councillors, I will just end it at that.
Okay, Councillor Meyer, so do you want me to just call the vote on this then? Okay, I said please, so yeah, thank you. You use it matters. Okay, so since Councillor Meyer said please call the motion on this, I will do that then. So I will call the motion on the amendment, which is item number 3, that the library board will fundraise the amount of money that the town has backstopped. So I'll call the question and I'll go through the roll call. All in favor? I'll start with Councillor Meyer.
Well, as the mover, I am for this motion.
Okay. Councillor Bennett.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor.
Opposed.
Councillor Plechko.
Opposed.
Councillor Laurie,
Opposed.
Councillor Loy,
Opposed.
and then I am opposed myself. So that amendment has been defeated. So thank you, Councillor Meyer, for bringing that forward. Councillor Matthews, Deputy Mayor, you had mentioned on your previous conversation that you'd like to make an amendment to the original motion now. You wanted to make sure we can change the wording to approve up to 18.27. Is that your intent still?
Yes, so approve the required MSI grant funding up to 1.827 million, 164,000, and then to complete the new library project in 2020. And if we did say to approve it as a backstop, that would be fine as well. So going back, approve required MSI up to the 1.827 million grant funding as a backstop to complete the new library project in 2020.
Okay, sounds good. Administration, did you capture that? So they be approve up to, and then the dollar figure of grant funding to complete the new municipal library project as a backstop in 2020. Deputy Mayor, does that look correct to you?
I would say Sustainability Initiative grant funding as a backstop to complete the new municipal library project in 2020.
Okay, so move the backstop over there. Okay. Deputy Mayor, does that look correct to you now?
That looks correct to me. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the amendment from Deputy Mayor Mattis is to add the up to in front of the dollar amount and then add as a backstop after the MSI grant funding. Okay, members of council, any questions and comments regarding this amendment? And I here have, let's see, Councillor Plechko, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just concerned with the word backstop. That just does not sound professional to me. It's interim funding is what we're doing, and we're doing that for the municipal library project. So I just think that the word backstop is non-professional. Administration, is backstop an okay word, or should we use interim funding?
Okay, so the question is regarding the word backstop. Administration, any comments on that?
Your Worship, it's Town Manager here. I think we understand what we're talking about to a degree. I know we used it in the RFD. Excuse me. I would, if we're all understanding it's the same thing, I think, interim funding, interim project financing would be maybe a little more applicable for a council motion. So.
Okay. Thank you. So, Councilor Plechko, do you want to make that as a friendly, or Deputy Mayor Mattis, do you want to change the wording?
Oh,
yes, that would be fine.
Okay, so Councilor Plechko, thanks for raising that. Councilor Mattis, the Deputy Mayor has now accepted as a friendly, so if we can change that, and instead of as a backstop, it would be as internal financing.
Would I not have to accept what she's changed as a friendly amendment?
No, you don't have to accept it. You just have to make the comments, and if she accepts it, it changes because it's her motion.
No, but my motion originally was one thing. She's changed that. I originally made this motion.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's an amendment to her amendment. So she's making an amendment to your motion.
But I have to accept her friendly amendment, do I not?
No.
Or is she just making an amendment?
Her amendment is not friendly. Her amendment is what it says.
Okay.
You made it friendly to change her wording, and then so we're going to be voting on those wording changes before it then gets back to your. Then if it's accepted or moved, then it's your motion again.
Fair. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Bennett, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe a question to you and administration. When we say up to that particular amount, are we not tying our hands again in that it has to be exactly up to that amount? I think that I may be confused here, but it seems to me that, it's not like we're writing a check out tonight for that particular amount. We're going to have the tenders go out, have the tenders come back in, and make the best decision from what the RFP has indicated. And so to put up to that amount, I think it's kind of tying our hands as to exactly how much we can, how much of the municipal sustainability initiative, the MSI, that we're actually going to use. So I don't know. I don't like those words up to.
Actually, the words
of our tender process.
Okay, so Councillor Bennett, so the words up to does not change the intent of the motion. The motion still remains the same. If the tenders come in and it's above the $1.8 million plus, it still has to come back to council. When it's under that, it doesn't have to come back to council. So we're not tying our hands at all. We're just saying that this is the figure that staff has come back with through a cost consultant, and we're comfortable using up to that amount. And anything above that has to come back to council anyways. So does that make sense, Councillor Bennett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And if administration can change the wording, so it's not backstop, there's internal financing. Internal. Well, it could be.
Your Worship, I believe it would be interim financing. Like, again, sorry, it's a town manager. I think what, if I can, try to understand the intent, it's to make it clear that, at least within this particular motion, that there is an expectation that the library will continue to fundraise and provide that funding to the town in the future, so on and so forth. So what I believe the intent is that from today until such time as the library is able to turn those funds over to the town, we would be providing interim financing to the project. That would be my interpretation of the wording.
That's correct. Yeah. Thank you. And we have Councillor Laurie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. In all of this, we've done a whole lot of wordsmithing, and I don't really think we've changed the intent of this. I'm actually not a fan at all of the term interim financing. I feel that the up to is completely unnecessary as well. We could have up to in every single budgetary motion we have, because when we approve a budget, we are always approving spending up to that amount of money. Also, when we put the term interim financing there, to me, that is saying that we are providing that 1.827164 as interim financing, meaning that we expect that $1.827164 million to be paid back. And as I said in the last amendment that I didn't support, I don't support tying a number to the library to say you must pay this much money back. Even before this was sitting in front of council, the library had an intention to run a capital campaign that was going to cover some of the previous budget, and we didn't tie any specific amount of money to that. We didn't tell them you have to pay this much of that much money back. I don't support the amendments to this motion. I think the motion should go back to the way it was originally written. I think we've spent a whole lot of time here wordsmithing something that does not require wordsmithing.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Laurie, for your comments. And any other comments on the amendment that Councillor Maddie wants to make? Okay, seeing none. Mayor Maddies, would you like to make a comment on your amendment? And your amendment is to add the up to in front of the dollar figure, and then as interim financing to complete. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. My only comment is with regards to having a dollar figure in there, which makes me concerned that in an economic time where the costs could come in significantly lower, they won't, because we have specified a dollar figure. I'd rather have no dollar figure in there, and I'd rather just approve required MSI funding for this, so that we can make a decision, or I'd actually really prefer to wait till June 22nd, is what my real preference is. But this is basically what, oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I don't know how that happened. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so that's that, I mean, in terms of what is there, at least that gives us the ability to say it's interim and it's up to an amount. So it gives us some flexibility.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm just going to call the question now. Okay, so this is not on the motion. This is on the amendments. Okay. So I'll make sure everybody's clear on that. So the amendment is adding the words up to and adding the words as interim financing. Okay. So Deputy Mayor, I'll call you first.
In favor?
Okay. Who else? Councillor Laurie?
Opposed.
Councillor Loy? Councillor Loy?
Yes. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
In favor.
Okay. Councillor Bennett?
Opposed.
Councillor Plechko?
Opposed.
Councillor Meyer?
In favor.
Okay. And I am opposed to the motion. Let me just count the check marks and X's. Okay. So that amendment is defeated. If we can go back to the original motion, please, that Councillor Plechko has. Okay. We're back to the original motion now that was made. Some good conversations, 2 amendments that were put forward, trying to wordsmith this. I think we have some concerns regarding some dollar figures and cents, but I believe that will come in when the tenders go out. This is typically how municipalities do budgeting for projects, is we just put a number to it based on the best cost analysis that we have, and then that's the envelope that we need to work on. If it's above that, it all has come back to council. If it doesn't, it gets done and then it's reported back to council. So, Councillor Plechko, I'll start with you. Any questions and comments regarding your motion if you want to make closing comments on things?
I just think this very well supports the library. It gets the project done, and in a time where we're going to need the library and some other organizations to support this community through the hard times, I think it's imperative that this moves forward and gets done. And I do trust that the library and the organizations that we work with in our community have our community's best interest at heart, and look forward to working with them all in the future.
Thank you for that. So that, council members, we've spent a lot of time talking about this. I think we understand where we are in this whole discussion. I'm going to call the question then. I will start with Councillor Plechko. You're first.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matties.
Can you come back to me in a moment?
Okay. Councillor, where are we? Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
I am in favor. Deputy Mayor.
Okay. I will be in favor as you've, I don't know. I will be in favor.
Okay. Thank you. Let us, what are we at here? We're at 10:20. Got 2 more things left to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back and deal with 9.5, 6, and then information items before we move into closed session. Thank you. Let's go. Okay, we're back. Back to our council meeting. Our 9.5. Looking at the 2020 first quarter report. And you know what? I'm just going to go straight to a motion. Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council accept the 2020 first quarter report for information.
Okay, go ahead, administration. Anything to report?
Your Worship, quarterly report provided as we have in the past. I'll keep it brief and just leave it at that, Your Worship. As always, we'll answer any questions that council may have on the report.
Thank you. So members of council, you've had the report in front of you. You've read through it. Any questions or comments? Okay, I don't see anybody chiming in for questions, so I'll bring the first one up, I guess. If administration can turn to page 89 of 170. I'm looking at the social media engagement analysis compared to Q1 of 2019. So I'm looking at the engagements here. So we had an increase of 9.3 thousand engagements from 399. So if I'm reading that correctly, that means we only had 399 engagements in Q1 of 2019, and we have 9,700 in Q of 2020. Is that correct?
Your Worship, I'll ask the General Manager of Strategic Services to comment.
Your Worship, as far as I know, those statistics are correct. We can certainly verify that and get back to council if they're not.
Okay, thank you, because I don't foresee us only having 399 engagements on Facebook over one quarter, or 76 on Twitter. Okay, so thank you for that. Members of council, anything else to add? Okay, I don't see anything. So again, thank you very much for providing the updates. Again, you can see the town does do a lot of things in a quarter, and it's hard to keep track of everything. So it's good to have an update, quarterly update. So going forward, the information on this will be sent out to our administrators, to our administrative staff, then out to our staff through our social media communications. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I don't see anybody else's hand up. So the motion is that Town Council accept the 2020 first quarter report for information, and that was moved by Councillor Laurie. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Okay. Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
That's correct. And I'm in favor as well. So that is done. And 9.5 passes. 9.6, the Stony Plain FCSS report for the quarter. So Deputy Mayor Matties, if you can make the motion, please. Deputy Mayor Matties, can you make the motion? Did we lose Deputy Mayor Matthews?
To not be able to, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so on 9-6, that Town Council accept the Stony Plain FCSS 2020 first quarter report for information.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Administrative staff, anything to highlight on the report?
Your Worship, nothing specifically. If there's questions, we could try to answer them, or we would have to ask the Director of FCSS to provide an email update if we're unable to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you. Before I go to comments and questions from Council, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to our FCSS staff and the work that they're doing, providing services to the Mayor's Task Force and to our residents during this unprecedented time of COVID-19. Councillor Matthews, Deputy Mayor, I appreciate you bringing those comments back to the board and thank them for the great work that they're doing. You are the board representative. Anything to highlight and bring to Council's attention?
Thank you, Your Worship. Basically, the organization has stood up virtually and has been able to help so many. Whether that is through the Caring Hearts Connection program, through just basically ensuring that people have proper reference to 211, just dealing with the individuals with poverty or in hard times, basically providing resources for people to utilize, and the Creating Hope program for suicide prevention. There's just so many very good things that they've worked on and really stepped up to the plate in a time of time of crisis. So very, very pleased that they are in our community and that strongly support all of the members of our community.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any members of council have any questions regarding the report from SCFS? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess this may be the member might be able to answer this, but just curious, the Stay Warm program, I would just be curious to know what the uptake was on that.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Councillor Matthews, Deputy Mayor, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. And Councillor Meyer, I will have to get that information for you and get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the queue is Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to point out that we received an email today from our FCSS that indicated that their volunteer program of Caring Hearts, the one that connects volunteers to isolated seniors, is a model program that many other FCSS programs across Alberta is wanting more information as to how to initiate that kind of program. So kudos to our FCSS and their volunteer and their seniors coordinators in those areas.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Councillor Bennett. Any other councillors want to make comments? Okay, see none. So again, thank you to Family and Supportive Community Services. You guys do one great job of ensuring that our community stays connected. Make sure that the resources are there for residents to help us through any issues that may occur in the community. So definitely a program that is well worth supporting and continuing on. So thank you. With that, I'm going to call the motion. All in favor? Councillor Pletchko?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor?
In favor.
Councillor Meyer?
In favor.
Councillor Bennett,
In favor?
Councillor Loy,
In favor.
Councillor Laurie,
In favor.
and I'm in favor as well. Thank you. That is passed. Okay, moving on to information items and council discussion. As part of a commitment from the Mayor's Task Force and the Task Force chairs, there'll be a standing verbal update each and every council meeting. So we'll start with Councillor Meyer, the chair of the economic stream of the task force.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just briefly, there's a few things that we have gotten up and going this past week since the last time I reported. The Get in the Loop online app that I believe I was speaking about last time is now up and going, and we are starting to see chamber members get onto that, and we are starting to reach out to non-chamber members as well to get them involved. I encourage my fellow councillors to download the app. It's Get in the Loop, and we will also be what's the word? We'll have to utilize the town's outreach to maybe hit up some more of those businesses that aren't chamber members. Further, we have also, you should all have been seeing the Shop Local initiative that was launched in this past week. I hope you guys all have stickers. If not, please do come see me, and I will put some on your car for you. And of course, I encourage everyone to shop local. I understand from the chambers that that there has been some uptick. Or no, you know what? That's actually William that I heard that from today on your live stream. Sorry, getting confused. And then finally, the other little information item. The economic stream is working on a video that will be championed and sort of driven by the chambers. It's going to be a regional approach, and it'll focus on sort of, I don't want to say just, it won't be it'll be focusing on positive stories, businesses that have successfully navigated their way or have some tips to share, and just an outlook there. So we should be shooting and working on that this week, and hopefully you'll all see that soon. So there's my verbal update from the Economic Task Force, or the Economic Stream.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Anything else to add to council discussion that's not related to the task force? Have you seen any notices?
I will save you guys all of that this evening.
Thank you very much. And then moving on to Councillor Laurie, the chair of the social stream of the task force. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the social stream of the task force continues to work mostly at this point in time on the various events and the various things that could be continue to be done in the community that will help relate to community spirit. Obviously, one of our upcoming events, being Farmers Days, has been changed drastically and at this point in time essentially canceled. So we're continuing to work on a couple of ideas and initiatives that we have around that. So stay tuned. Hopefully we'll have some information over the next week or two, as well as focusing on Canada Day as the initiative to follow that. And then very excited to see that AHS has actually released their requirements for outdoor movies and what you are and are not allowed to do for a drive-in style movie. And so the committee, the task force, will be looking at that. We've been in contact with the Camrose Agricultural Society and Exposition Grounds down there to understand how they're doing their event and look at some options that we might be able to bring forward to Stony Plain so that we can see that event moved to the alternative format rather than the canceled list. We're continuing to work very closely, obviously, with our FCSS partners and the fantastic services that they've been providing. We've got some great feedback in respect to 211. We're still getting some fantastic feedback on the Stony Plain Together initiative as well. So from the task force position, that is the update I have, and I'd be happy to take any questions from council members on that.
Thank you, Councillor Larry. And before I go to other council members, do you have anything else to update council on besides that's not related to the COVID-19 task force?
Yeah, just one thing. I just wanted to send a shout out to FCSS and our Coordinated Suicide Prevention Network for Mental Health Week last week. It was a great week, lots of different initiatives, and their daily video or their daily Zoom rooms that they did were absolutely fantastic. I think I saw Councillor Bennett at almost every single one of them. I think I've managed to make all but one of them. And so, you know, it's just, again, another fantastic initiative and being very creative and adaptive in order to continue reaching out to our community in the ways that we are able to, rather than focusing on what we aren't able to do. So big thank you to them again.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the rest of the members of council, I'll go through the list. Again, if you have questions to update, questions to ask either Councillor Meyer or Councillor Laurie regarding the task force, this is an appropriate time. You can also provide council with information and just discussion items that you've heard around the town over the last 2 weeks. I'll start with Councillor Matties. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have any questions for the Economic Task Force or Social Task Force at this time, but I do feel that they've done a very, very good job for our community. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, good. Yes. So I'm very, very pleased with the initiatives that have come out on that. I do have one question, though, for administration. It's with regards to the Willow Park natural area. I had a question from one of our community members, as well as I've noticed myself that the ground has been tilled, you know, in terms of close to right beside Willow Park, but also in the park area between High Park and Willow Park. And just wondering if there's a status update.
Okay, that's a good question. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And that's part of the approval that we did with council last fall for the Willow Park natural area upgrading. Is the general manager still on to provide an update?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Deputy Mayor Matties. So we are working on the Willow Park natural area in the coming month here. It is on the parks work plan. There's some work we're doing to level off one of the remaining piles of material, and then we're going to continue on with the seeding and the cleanup of the area and get it ready for the rest of the summer.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anything else?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moving on to Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one question and one comment. So my question to administration, I've noticed that a Francophone school has been delegated to Legal, and another one, I think, to Beaumont. So I'm wondering what the status is on our talks and discussions with the Francophone School Board. Are they still interested in opening one here in Stony Plain?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. General Manager of Strategic Services, are we still meeting?
Your Worship, through to yourself and Councillor Bennett, we haven't had any specific communications in the last couple of weeks with the Francophone School Division directly that I'm aware of. We did receive a correspondence from our letter of support that was submitted to the Minister of Education, acknowledging our interest in our support for a school to be located in our region. So that's really the last kind of specific communication we've had with regards to the project at this point in time, but we can certainly follow up and see if there's anything new or further that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you for that. I'm just, I'm a little concerned with two new rules from that very school board already being approved. I'm a little concerned that that we're still on their docket, but thank you for following up on that. And then the comment I have is that, Mr. Mayor, I went for a long walk today, and you know, on a positive note, we certainly do have a lot of construction and building going here. I know the statistics with economic development and what's happening with it, and everything looks pretty negative. But on the east, feeling quite optimistic, Mr. Mayor, about our recovery, and I think we on it, and maybe.
Okay, Councillor Bennett, if you can hear me, you're cutting in and out.
I'm not sure why. I have everything set up here.
Okay, that's not better.
Did you want me to repeat that whole thing, or do you have the gist?
I had the gist.
Do you have the gist of what I was saying?
A lot of construction and building. We're going to get out of this on the economic side, the COVID-19. I do have the drift, unless you want to add some more to that.
No, that's good. You've got it.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor Loy. Any information items or council discussion you want to bring forward?
No, Your Worship, not this evening.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Palechko.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm glad I can't see you.
Well, thanks for that tonight. I appreciate that comment. I'm just wondering, over the last little bit, with budgets and stuff that has come up, I've had a few questions regarding our transit, and I'm just wondering if administration can provide some details on working with the city of Spruce Grove and with the agreements that we have in place. Are we able to reduce that funding by the reduction in service that they're offering today?
Okay. Question, administrative staff.
Your Worship, I'll just ask the General Manager of Planning Infrastructure to comment on the process or the agreements or contracts that we have in place there.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Palechko. So we are in discussions with the City of Spruce Grove on the various agreements and the amounts of money that the town would be contributing towards the commuter system. So it is fair to say that as their costs go down, their ask and contribution of our residents to their system goes down as well. So we are aware of that situation, and of course they're open and transparent about their both their revenue and their costs. And I would call our working relationship very strong right now, and we're working together. Both on the commuter side and on the introduction of local service. So we'll continue to work through those numbers, and if there are reductions in the amount that come forward, then we'll definitely be trying to secure those.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just one other further thing. I just, I know we're in a bit of a rush tonight, but I think it's very important that we acknowledge all of the effort that our town employees and staff are doing through this time. Everybody, when you're around, is very chipper, very helpful, and I think it's very good for our community. So kudos to everybody at the town.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Palechko. And I'll just make mine very short as well. Again, I'll echo the fact that you just said. Kudos to our staff. Yes, our staff are doing a great job of maintaining some normalcy within the community and making sure the services that our residents require are met. And then I do have one question to ask one of the general managers, even the town manager, is with the changes in the temporary summer student funding that was announced by the federal government. I know usually we apply for the program in February, so that day has already passed. Is it a possibility, because I think I was reading that they've opened up the ceiling to allow municipalities to apply now to get some temporary summer students working through the summer that we did not apply for in February?
Hi, Your Worship, Town Manager. I'll ask our General Manager of Corporate Services if she can provide any comment or any update on that at this time.
Your Worship, I don't have an update tonight, but we could do a follow-up tomorrow and provide anything we know via email to council.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, with that, we're going to move into our next meeting, which is a closed session, 12.1 and 12.2. So again, if there's any media or public members that wish to be present when we come out of closed session, they must remain close to the vicinity or give their names to a recording secretary or town manager so that we can inform them to come back. There are no motions made in closed session. The only motion that's made is to come out back into public session. And at that time, we'll check to see if anybody else has left the name to come forward. And then we will resume our council meeting. If there's anything that needs to be decided on, then at that time during the public session, we'll have a motion by council to move forward. Right? If that's all said, we're all ready to go. So I need a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Bennett, please.
I make the motion that council move into closed session.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Yeah, I'm in favor as well. So that means to go into closed session. I'll give a 2-minute recess so administration can get everything set up. And then all those people that are not involved in the closed session need to disconnect. Right? 2 minutes.
That motion, William.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We're back live, and so I was just brought to my attention of the time. It is 10:55, and that means it's coming up to 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. I think everybody turns into pumpkin. So we need a motion from council to exceed 11 p.m. That's based on our council procedures and bylaws. Before we do that, so Councillor Bennett, I'm going to ask you to make a motion to go past 11 o'clock before we make the motion to you actually made the motion to go in camera already, so I'm not going to ask you to do that. We're just going to revert back to that after. So Councillor Plechko, I needed you to make a motion to go past 11 p.m.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I so make that motion to take council past 11 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Plechko, in favor or not?
In favor.
Okay. Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
I'm in favor as well. So thank you for for that, ladies and gentlemen. That was my mistake that I wasn't paying attention to the time. So, and to the members of the public that are watching, so we had to go back and get a motion to extend our meeting past 11 p.m. So that has passed, and now we're going back to the original motion, the motion that Councillor Bennett made to go into closed session that was passed already. So 2-minute recess while we get everybody off that shouldn't be here, and then we'll continue. Okay, thank you. Councillor Loy made the motion to come out of camera, and I will call the question. All in favor? Councillor Loy,
In favor.
Councillor Meyer, Councillor Bennett,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Matties,
In favor.
Councillor Palechko,
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Okay, thank you. We're out of closed session, back to the public meeting. Town manager, was there anybody that submitted a name to you that wants to be notified that we're out of camera now?
No, Your Worship.
Okay, so with that, we'll move on. We won't wait for anybody. We're moving on, and item in 12.1. If I can have a motion for that, please. Councillor Plechko.
See the motion because I have no computer.
All right, also, I'm going to ask Councillor Laurie to make the motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council approves $250,000 for engineering, geotechnical, and environmental investigations required to confirm the use of a wetland to manage stormwater for the Umbach Business Park.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Laurie. Administration, anything to add?
No, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. With that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
Councillor Bennett.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Thank you. And that moves on us to item 12.2. That is the shovel-ready projects. Councillor Bennett, please.
I move that Town Council authorize administration to submit the prioritized shovel-ready project list to the Government of Alberta for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Administration, anything to add?
No, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, I'll call the question. Councillor Bennett.
In favor?
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Okay. Again, that was passed. And again, I voted in favor of both those motions as well for the corporate recording secretary. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that ends our agenda. We come to adjournment, and right now it is 12:17. So thank you very much for your dedication and your time in today and dealing with today's agenda items. Thank you to administration for putting the package together, and we look forward to our next meeting. Hopefully it's not so late. I understand that we're going to get big agendas for the next little while because we're dealing with a lot of things, and especially with the COVID-19. But thank you for the staff, and thank you for council members for doing the work. With that, council is adjourned.